What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at Polderbaan. It is Sunday, November 24th, 2024. And it's a bit windy. We're not being directly inflicted by Storm Bert as such, but we are experiencing an increase in wind today due to the storm passing over the British Isles. Let me see if maybe my tilt also needs to be in the heaviest position. Need all the drag I can on the mount to follow the airplane smoothly. Let me also see if maybe the volume can be raised a little bit more. Right. So, Polderbaan being used for arrivals. It is relatively warm compared with the last couple of days. Double digits centigrade. And expected to increase even further as the day progresses. This is Aer Lingus coming in, and we saw an Embraer 190 just now. Wolfgang, good morning. Marja, goedemorgen, goedenavond. And welcome all others who have joined in the meantime. This is Aer Lingus flight 602, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. 1 hour and 5 minutes flight time. 17-year-old airplane, first flight June 2007. Actually looks quite nice here this morning. Check it out. And you can even see vague remnants of contrails. Another butt shot coming in. Good morning, Bill J. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. QJ, you're plane spotting. Pete, Dirk, Erin. Good morning, one and all. Nick, Outdoor Adventures, goedemorgen. Greet, goedemorgen. Welcome all others. Danny, Karan, Siegfried, Camille, good morning. Hope everybody is doing well. Let's quickly turn back the camera. It is windy. I brought out the blimp, so you probably won't hear it as much. You'll just hear the grasses here rustle. 23 knots of wind. This is where the ambient sounds are coming from. Swiss coming in, flight 730 in the Star Alliance livery, arriving from Zurich, 1 hour and 15 minutes underway. 27 years old, hailing from the year 1997. Adrie, goedemorgen. Mark, good morning. Infinite Mustafa, good morning. Good to see you again. Claudie, good morning. Martijn, goedemorgen. Frits, goedemorgen. Herzlich willkommen. Veerboot, goedemorgen. Pat D, good morning. Paper Chase, good morning. Good morning, Sheila. Lane, goedemorgen. Firefighters already did their round as I was setting up still. Unfortunately, I think they've already returned to base. They already did their equipment testing. Viagra in the sky, in the air today, in case you hadn't seen. Let's have a look at the meter quickly, shall we? Wind speeds now 23 knots. We had gusts up to 30 in the previous meter, so I'm wondering if they'll return in the next meter. The wind is blowing more or less in the direction the runway is headed, so not expecting a lot of go-arounds unless it is going to become very gusty. 13 degrees C, CAV okay, means ceiling and visibility around the airport, the lower 5,000 feet are okay. While we're here, let's also have a look at the inbound traffic. Quad Squad members coming in over the Black Sea. Emirates flight 147 expected 12:20. That is Polderbaan time. These will arrive on Polderbaan as well. 105. Airbus 7478 arriving from Miami. And not far behind it is Cargolux, I think around 1:20, 15 minutes later, also arriving from Miami. So these are all expected to land on Potterbaan. There's also Cargolux flying in the vicinity of Cairo. That's going to be later, and we'll land on the secondary runway, which is expected to be runway center today. Let's quickly turn back. In the meantime, we missed the landing of an EasyJet A320. We will be in time for an Embraer 175 arriving from Hamburg. Indeed, Mark. Not so flaccid today, the windsock. Absolutely not. Now, thought I read a message about you having undergone surgery. Wolfgang, all the best. Hope you'll recover speedily. Good morning, Pierre. And good morning all others who have joined us in the meantime. Embraer 175 arriving from Hamburg. And two more airplanes visible already. The A320 from Naples is number 2. And Delta Airlines Flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis. That's an A330neo. It's number 3. We also see the lights of airplane number 4 turning in from the east, and that is an E2 Embraer 195 from Lot arriving from Warsaw. So on paper, a 4 airplane glide slope shot there. With an Embraer 175 arriving from Hamburg, KLM flight 1752, the first of the glide slope stack to land. More butt shots coming in. Russell also says hi. Russell and his mate. There's 2 of them. So, we're not all alone. Also not when it concerns 2-legged creatures. Somebody also there, over there. Right, well, check out how much that A330neo, the number 2, is crabbing. Holy shizzle. Morning Andy, Kurdistan e-paper, good morning. Welcome all others who've joined. Ja, Meijer, goedemorgen. That Delta is crabbing like a mofo. Way more than the EasyJet in front of it. Interestingly. Adi Marjan, goedemorgen. Happy Sunday to you all. Surprised to see how much more that A330neo is crabbing. EasyJet A320 is arriving from Naples in Italy, 2 hours and 28 minutes on the way. 8-year-old airplane, first flight April 2016. Ivy! OE Ivy! What up, Alan? Good to see you, mate. Happy Sunday, mate. Hope all is well. That bloody bird. Yeah. Bird is blowing way harder over there than it is over here. We are just seeing the the side effects, so to speak, still leads to a bit of wind here. Donald and Daisy are also there. They've already awoken. Good morning, Dennis. Good morning, Swissport. Wesley, goedemorgen. Welcome all others. Let's quickly look at the A330neo Delta Airlines flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. In its wake, an E2 Embraer from LOT. Stefano, goedemorgen. Delta Airlines flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. A330neo, 7 hours and 51 minutes underway, 4-year-old airplane, first flight September 2020. That's a good question, Wesley. Now that we have Storm Bert, does it also mean we'll have Storm Ernie? I don't know. Wouldn't that be fun if the E in the alphabet were assigned to Ernie this year? I think it would be fitting. Jillard, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Yeah. Right, sound check. Did this just now clip for you? I saw that the volume on my camera was going to the 0 decibels, that is the maximum. Is the volume a little bit too high? Or was it doable? I don't want you guys to hear any clipping when loud reversers are being applied. If it clipped just now, I will set it a little bit lower. Prima. Okay, it was good. No clipping, no distortions, because sometimes it's a very sensitive button here, the volume on the handle of the camera, and a millimeter lower can make all the difference. It was good. Okay, on headphones it worked, it is good. Okay, well, we'll just leave it as it is. Do let me know if the sound starts to clip during loud landings, because I can put the volume a little bit lower easily just on the camera. And we should be good. E2 Embraer 195 coming in from Warsaw. LOT flight 265. Always a lot to see at Schiphol Airport, and this one no exception. 2 hours underway. Brand new airplane. First flight somewhere in this year. Good morning, Dave. Good morning to all others who have joined. Marianne, goedemorgen. Air France A321 should be next after this, and after that, the first triple of the show. KLM 5592 arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa, flying downwind, turning base as we speak. Floaty. Looks like it is almost come to a standstill already. Barely making any sound here. Right, the splab has arrived. The splabs. Good morning, Georgios. Good morning, nobody is perfect. Free butt shot courtesy of LOT. And a massive big thank you to Marianne for your continued support. 11 months as a member already. And Marianne writes, love your streams, almost turning to green. Yeah, that's just 1 month left. And we'll have another green member in the form of Marianne. Marianne, thank you so much for your continued support. Let me know if something in the lounge is not to your liking. If all is well, we should have plenty of full fat milk again. But let me know when something is lacking or almost running out. Coming in next, Air France A321 arriving from Paris. In the background, crabbing already. KLM Flight 592 arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. Canadian, no, Dutch Dreamliner coming from Canada, from Edmonton. Flying base should become the third airplane to arrive over here. KLM Flight 676, that's a 7879 Dreamliner. Should be turning in from the left at some point in the background. Probably a bit lower than the number 2. So let's change the perspective a little bit. Hopefully we can catch it on the base. Bill says that landing like my turkey gravy, lumpy. Oh dear. Little mixer can do wonders. Guus, goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. Jan Kees, goedemorgen. Piotrke, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome one and all. Happy Sunday. Hope you're all being safe. A lot of wind in Europe, particularly the British Isles. Storm Bird. Now, Storm Bird is not so much passing over the Netherlands, but the increase in wind is a consequence of Bird. Air France Flight 1340, A321, arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. About to hit the tarmac here on runway 18 right, Polderbaan. Currently the only runway being used for arrivals. For a brief moment, runway 22 was used this morning, but that was because something was going on the center runway. I'm expecting center later to be the secondary runway for arrivals. GTAT has arrived. More butt shots coming in. Air baguette. Omelette du fromage. À bientôt. Merci beaucoup. Now a triplet of heavies will be coming in next, so let's have a look at it. 777-300 arriving first from Johannesburg, South Africa. Followed by a 7879 Dreamliner, which in its turn will be followed by a 78710 Dreamliner. 78710, not yet visible. Going to flight radar, it is turning in. Where is it? Right in front of one of my lines and ladders in my field of view. My camera viewfinder. Probably. No matter. They'll come eventually. Interesting to see that the airplanes higher up and further away are crabbing more than the airplanes that are closer by the runway. Saw that earlier as well. Seems that there's a bit more crosswind a bit higher up, or a bit further to the north of us, but more likely higher up. And there's the 78710 turning in now. That's KLM Flight 758 arriving from Panama City. Johan, goedemorgen. Good morning. KLM Flight 592 arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. Next to land, KLM 777-300 Flap surfaces clean as ever. Chinese triple is approaching from the east. Leo, morgen. Benno, goedemorgen. Jay, good morning. Joop, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. Departures take place from runway 24 and the airplanes are climbing steeply. And 18 left is also being used for departures. The sun is shining bleakly. We were able to see some contour remnants earlier in the stream. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looks like so. Hey there Bob, good evening, good to see ya. Hope you've had a good day. Veldy, good morgen. Sonic's Toaster, good morning. Sweetie, good morning. Matthijs, goedemorgen. Welcome on one and all. 3 airplane glide slope shot with 2 consecutive Dreamliners coming in. 787-9 from Edmonton, followed by 787-10 arriving from Panama City. In the foreground, KLM flight 676 arriving from Edmonton, Canada. 7 hours and 32 minutes its flight time at the moment. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight July 2017. Bill says, Boy, I trust that you have an ample supply of vodka. I absolutely do, mate. Coffee and vodka. Also brought a few sandwiches along. Thought if things will turn out to become interesting, might also be able to stick around a bit longer than normally would have been the case. So, got ample supplies with me. On paper. Good morning Mario, good morning Wexachizek, good morning John, Hank, good morning. KLM flight 758 in the foreground, it's the BKA in the 100 years livery, already outdated. KLM celebrating its 105th birthday. Hey, and there's the Chinese triple coming in. Beautiful to see. PHBKA coming in from Panama City, 8 hours and 40 minutes its flight time. The airplane itself 5 years old, first flight June 2019. Morgen Jack. Goedemorgen Barbara. Ties, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. Happy Sunday. AMS Live at the Polderbaan today. This is the BKA, PHBKA returning from Panama City. Beautiful. Hadi Artyom, goedemorgen. Hey there Lucy, good morning. Ooh, and Lucy will be flying in from Manchester this morning. What flight will you be on, Lucy? Because chances are you'll be landing on the runway we are standing next to. Will you be on a right-hand window seat by any chance? Seated? Because we might be able to see you. If you use the torch of your phone. And you're seated next to a right-hand window seat. In a right-hand window seat. Good morning, Brian. Who's tuning in from Northeast England, where the weather is shitty. No shit. Yeah, Storm Bird is affecting you guys way more than it's doing us over here. We're experiencing a little increase in wind. Luckily nothing out of the ordinary. Still, makes for interesting landings, even though the wind is blowing more or less from the south right now. In other words, the direction the runway is oriented in. Now, despite this, as you guys were able to see earlier, particularly the bigger planes were crabbing when they were still higher up. Let's quickly turn back. Chinese triple coming in from Shanghai. There it is. Another airplane in the background turning in from the east. That is Lufthansa arriving from Frankfurt. This is Air China Cargo arriving from Shanghai. Flight 1039, 11 hours and 37 minutes underway. Brand new 777 freighter, which began flying in May this year. Hadi Klaartje, goedemorgen. Kasper, goedemorgen. Guus, goedemorgen. KLM fan, good morning. Linus, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome one and all. Hope you're doing well. Now, I'm thinking in a few minutes, 5 to the hour, a new meter will be released. So, mental note, let's check for the updated meter in 10 minutes or so. It should then also be published on the publicly accessible websites. Brand new Chinese triple Air China Cargo arriving from Shanghai. Followed by Lufthansa A320 arriving from Frankfurt. And after that, a 787-10 Dreamliner, KLM. Good morning, Sonic Toaster. Niels, goedemorgen. Thomas, good morning. Vinny V, good morning. Jinshin, aloha mate. Hope all is well with all of you. SMK 242, good morning. Let's quickly have a look. Coming in next, Lufthansa. Flight 988 arriving from Frankfurt. In the background we have KLM Flight 749 arriving from Cartagena. That's a 787-10 Dreamliner. In the background we can see SAS turning in. That is arriving from Stockholm and is an A320neo. Good morning, Bjorn, Simone, and all others. Hope you're doing well. Happy Sunday. Lufty, flight 988 coming in from Frankfurt. Flight time 56 minutes. The airplane 10 years old. First flight January 2014. Goedemorgen, Ludovicus. Greetje, goedemorgen. Welcome all others who have joined. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. A lot of people are watching. They're all friendly, and many of them are knowledgeable. Crabby crab crab. KLM Flight 749 arriving from Cartagena is the first next airplane to arrive. 787-10 Dreamliner. 8 hours and 30 minutes its flight time thus far. The airplane is 2 years old. First flight June 2022. Danny, goedemorgen. Nice soundtrack promotions. Goedemorgen. Good morning, Massimo. AV playing, good morning. Ed, good morning. Johan, goedemorgen. Jan, goedemorgen. This is the polderbaan. And Infinite Mustafa asks about Queens. Let me show you when I'm also going to update the meter. There are 3 inbound, I think, if I counted correctly. 2 of which we are going to see land at Polderbaan. Both are coming in from Miami. Between 1 and 1:30 is their ETA at the moment. Flap surfaces as ever. And there's the flaperon, which on the Dreamliner serves a triple purpose. You can see it is upright together with the spoilers as air brake. It is also going up and down a little bit as the pilots are moving the aileron. And once those spoilers go down, you will see that it forms a line again with the flaps as part of the lift system. Yep, there you see it happening. And now the flaperon is again part flap and aileron. Pretty windy. Donald and Daisy are struggling to not get blown away here. Next airplane coming in is an A320neo SAS flight 1553 arriving from Stockholm, followed by an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Zagreb, followed by an A319 arriving from Luton. Johan says a couple are already hanging in the air waiting above the North Sea, so apparently the holding patterns are in use at the moment. Gerrit, goedemorgen. Andre, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Welcome one and all. SAS flight 1553 arriving from Stockholm. Hadi Jendrosek, goedemorgen kerel. Alles lekker? Flight time 1 hour 58 minutes. Airplane a year old, first flight February 2023. Zooming into the cockpit is a bit more challenging when there is a significant wind blowing. You're not hearing a lot of it because I'm using the blimp today for your ambient sounds. But it is still there. Just Play Nuts also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Edwin, goedemorgen. Tuning in from Groningen, north of the country. This is an E2 Embraer 195 KLM arriving from Zagreb. 1 hour 54 minutes on the way. Brand new airplane, first flight somewhere in 2024, although the month is not being specified on flight radar, at least not in my version. Paul tuning in from Leiden, goedemorgen. EasyJet arriving from Luton behind it, A319, now number 2. Good morning, Mark, good to see you again. Hope all is well. Welcome one and all. Arrivals at Polderbaan with a little bit of wind. Courtesy of birds. The storm Bird itself isn't passing over the Netherlands, but we are definitely experiencing an increase in wind speeds. And also a rise in air temperature. Yesterday, single digit centigrade, near freezing, not too far off. Today double digits. And continuing to increase even further. Finnair arriving from bloody Helsinki, not in an A350 but an A321, turning in further north. We have a few minutes to spare after this next airplane has landed, so let me also see, maybe the meter will have been updated by then. It got released 5 minutes to the hour. It usually takes a couple of minutes before the publicly accessible websites have processed it. Guus says, are you in shorts now, boy? LOL. No, definitely not, mate. Still got my gloves on and I still have my winter gear on. The wind definitely still provides a wind chill, mostly to the hands. I am wearing my ski hat over my regular hat, but that is just to make sure that my hat doesn't get blown away. With my ski hat over the regular hat, it provides more stability and sticks to the head better. So it's basically a measure against the wind, not because of the cold. EasyJet coming in from Luton. It's not Jesus, but Giselle. I think that is probably Portuguese Jesus then, Giselle. It sounds like a Portuguese version of Jesus. Bom dia, Giselle. Now, let's have a look. First of all, a massive big thank you to Patrick, who is celebrating 13 months of membership, and he writes whoop whoop and congrats for Max. Not sure if people who haven't seen Formula One, who still might want to see it, will be happy with that, but thank you for your support and hope that you are going to stay around as a member for many more months to come. This is an update of the METAR, now 20 knots with gusts up to 30. The wind is firmly blowing from the south, still KVK, 13 degrees C. That is roughly 56 F. Let's copy that. I will paste that in the ticker soon. Let's also have a look on flight radar, where the A380 is flying over Romania, expected around 12:30 and expected to land on Polderbaan. These two are also expected to land at Polderbaan because they're arriving from the west. Atlas Air 7478 expected 107, Cargolux arriving 125, another Cargolux is arriving from Nairobi, ETA 145. Yeah, that last airplane is probably going to land on the secondary runway, which today I'm expecting will be runway center all the time. This morning, briefly, runway 22 was in use as secondary runway for arrivals, but I think that was because they had to do something at the center runway temporarily. By the time I arrived, everything was back to the Polderbaan and to center. Now let's quickly have a look at Finnair flight 1301 coming in from bloody Helsinki. It's an A321. Delta Airlines behind it, coming in from Salt Lake City. This A321 on the way now, 2 hours and 32 minutes. 11 years old, first flight September 2013. Delta A330-300 behind it, arriving from Salt Lake City, flight 56. Good morning to everybody who has joined already, and a big thank you and warm welcome to AVPlane 3000, who just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you for choosing the lounge. I hope the membership will be to your satisfaction. Don't forget to use the custom emojis that are now at your disposal. Thank you for the support and welcome, AV. Now check it out, we also have bits of blue sky with counter remnants even visible. Who would have thought? We might even get to do some control spotting later. Maybe I should have brought sunscreen along with me. Anyway, let's just see. Coming in next is Delta Airlines flight 56, and behind it is a 777-300ER KLM flight 692. Delta Airlines flight 56 in the foreground, A330-300 arriving from Salt Lake City. 9 hours and 20 minutes underway, 17 years old, first flight in November 2006. Good morning to Raven Rock, to Eddie, Markoen, goedemorgen. Cynthia, goedemorgen. Cynthia, my name is not Bart. Efteling fan, Julian, good morning. Blackburst, good morning. Tex, good morning. Henk, goedemorgen. Gertjan, goedemorgen. Little butt shot to boot. I think we're going to see another butt shot. Make it quick. In the meantime, a big thank you to Johan, who is celebrating 8 months of membership, and he writes in Dutch, I'm still enjoying it. Thank you so much for your support there, Johan. Let me know if something isn't to your liking in the lounge. For now, thank you so much for your support. Upwards and onwards. 4 more months and you'll be turning green as well. No worries, Cynthia. Bart and I often get confused by people. Apparently we sound similar, which I personally don't think so, but there you go. Got heavies in coming in now all over. 3 heavies on the glide slope. KLM flight 692 arriving from Toronto in the foreground. 777-300ER American Airlines flight 204 arriving from Philadelphia coming in next. Hadi Lise, goedemorgen. Jostijn, good morning. Welcome one and all. This airplane took 6 hours and 42 minutes to get from Toronto to Amsterdam. On the runway, though we aren't expecting any new precipitation today. Barry, good morning, good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Hey there, Lars, good morning. Let's quickly turn back. Here we have American Airlines in the foreground, flight 204 arriving from Philadelphia, with behind it a TUI Dreamliner arriving from Bonaire, flight 365. Further away, glide slope is being formed by 2 more airplanes. I'm not sure if we can see the 3rd one, or the 4th one I should say. By the looks of it, the one at the 7 o'clock of the number 2 is number 3. And if that is correct, it should be an A320neo from KM Malta arriving from Malta. Good morning, Monzi, who lives outside of Toronto. Nice. Early morning for you then, if you're up already, or up late still. Good morning, Keddy. And Kars, goedemorgen. Yassine, good morning. Yassine is tuning in from Washington, D.C. Good morning. Early morning to you too. A lot of early risers. I'm also hearing an airplane pass overhead. I'm also able to see it. Visibility quite good actually, despite the wind. Now where did it go? There it is. You're probably not hearing it that well because the mic is turned forward and is in a blimp, not on the camera, so you lose a bit of directionality of the audio, but you also don't have the wind rumble that you would have had with a regular dead cat. American Airlines Flight 204 arriving from Philadelphia. No issues on the landing. Beautiful morning light. Hey there René, good morning. Guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Ryanair 73, Max 8, tuning in from Hoofddorp, goedemorgen. Keddy is tuning in from Istanbul. Nice to see that so many people from so many places around the world have gathered here. Welcome one and all, hope you're having a good day over here at windy Schiphol. I certainly am having a blast. Hope you guys are too. If you are enjoying the content, don't forget to like if you haven't already. Really helps to promote this content to new people like yourselves who are also into streams such as these. Frank, goedemorgen. Daniel, good morning. Gert-Jan, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. TUI Flight 365 coming in from Bonaire. Coming in next, 7878 Dreamliner. 8 hours and 8 minutes underway. 9-year-old airplane, first flight January 2015. Two airplanes in the background are KM Malta and El Al, coming in from Malta and Tel Aviv respectively. KLM fan is from Bergen. Bergen, Norway or Bergen? North Holland, province of North Holland. It was Norway, wasn't it? Flap surfaces just as clean as KLM's. Wonder if they are making use of the car wash facilities of KLM. Goedemorgen Chinmai. Omar, good morning. Bandit, good morning. I was about to say Guten Morgen. Not necessary if you're in Glasgow. Hope you guys don't get blown away over there. Bird wreaking more havoc over the British Isles than over the Netherlands. Oh, and there's also a Bergen in Belgium. Wow. So many mountains. Eddie, goedemorgen. 3 airplanes on the glide slope. KM Malta in the foreground. El Al number 2 and number 3 is Lufti, arriving from Munich. KM Malta flight 394 arriving from Malta. Up first. 2 hours 56 minutes underway. I think that's a bit longer than normally would have been the flight time. Brand new airplane. First flight July 2024. Justine asks, TUI is a charter-only airline, no? Well, define charter. They do fly all year round. And they do mostly fly to holiday destinations. So what exactly constitutes a charter airline? Not sure that they would be considered one here in the Netherlands, but that all depends on the definition of a charter airline. So if anybody knows more or has an opinion, please chime in. Feel free to. Going around? Nah, not today. Not today. Eddie, goedemorgen. Not sure if I already said hi. Butt shots galore. Almost every airplane is taking the first exit. Faint chemtrail remnants in the sky. This is what it looks like to the south, where the wind is blowing from. This is looking to the west. This is what things look like to the east. And this is back to the north. Next to come in is El Al flight 337 arriving from Tel Aviv. 4 hours 59 minutes on the way, nearly 5 hours. Another airplane in the background, turning in. The airplane is 10 years old, first flight July 2014. And the airplane that we saw in the background was another Chinese triple coming in from Shanghai. Indeed, Dennis, Emirates flight 147 expected. And a moment where only one runway will be open. No need to tell you which runway that is going to be. Indeed, the Polderbaan. Ordinarily, you never know for sure. With Schiphol Airport, of course. Ewald, goedemorgen and welcome to the show. Welcome all others as well. A319, and behind that we are going to see 3 consecutive heavies. Delta Airlines flight 74, China Southern flight 451, and number 4 is Delta Airlines flight 136. So 2 A330s, sandwiched in between is a 777 freighter. All following Lufthansa flight 2302 arriving from Munich. And is that a combo shot of the numbers 3 and 4? It certainly is. Nice 4 airplane glide slope shot there. Lufthansa A319 arriving from Munich, flight 2302, flight time 1 hour 20 minutes, 20-year-old airplane, first flight February 2004. What up, Kevin? Welcome to the show. Let's quickly turn back. We have heavies coming in and a chemtrail in the making. Air Icarus flying close to the sun. Hard to see a lot of detail. It is far away and it's also pointing the camera directly into the wind, causing some additional vibrations. Beautiful glide slope shot, 3 heavies, A330, 777 freighter, A330. What up, Rabat Phil? Good morning. Welcome back. Hope all is well. As you guys can see, heavies coming in, forming a lovely glide slope stack here at Polderbaan, runway 18 right, currently the only runway being used for arrivals, with wind blowing from the south today. Good morning, Kerlim. Wow, look at that lineup, he says. Or she, not sure. Come on. Yeah. Bit of reverser action there. And just plain nuts, rightly noticing, look at the crab on that second airplane. it's something that we noticed before already, that the airplanes that are a bit further away and probably also still a bit higher up seem to be crabbing more than the airplanes at lower levels do. Hey there Gillian, good morning. And Ken, Papa also tuning in. Petrikov, good to see you again. Hope all is well. A lot of planes from the east in holding. Now, I thought it was also mentioned before that the holdings were in use in the west above the North Sea as well. So, there you go. It's 10:21. In 4 minutes from now a new meter will be released, which will be published on the publicly accessible websites usually 5 to 10 minutes later. So let's have a look at the latest meter in 10 or so minutes from now. China Southern Cargo Flight 451 arriving from Shanghai, number 1 to arrive, 777 freighter, 11 hours and 47 minutes on the way, 4-year-old airplane, first type March 2020. Behind it is an A330 from Delta, and the airplane that we see turn in is creeping ahead of an A330-200 that is already on the glide slope and arriving from Port of Spain. And the small airplane that you see turn in is an Embraer 175 arriving from Prague. First up, the Chinese triple. Good morning, Mr. Lovko. And good morning, KMR. Morning, morning. Thank you for the kind words. The volume seemed to go to the max. If it sounded like clipping, let me know and I can lower the volume just ever so slightly. Good morning, Lee. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Next airplane to come in, Delta Airlines Flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. Gives me a brief moment to go back to the laptop and highlight Barry's message, who is celebrating 4 months of membership. Appreciate your efforts and streams. Mate, thank you so much for your kind words. Appreciate your support. Hope all is still good in the lounge. Let me know if something isn't to your liking anymore. Let me see what I can do about it. So we have 4 airplanes now on the glide slope, of which at least on my video, my small 3.5-inch camera screen, I can see 4 now. More are coming in. Delta Airlines Flight 136, arriving from Detroit, Michigan. First airplane to come in, 7 hours and 24 minutes on the way. "17-year-old airplane. First flight August 2007. Another butt shot into the morning sunshine. Hey, Lisa's celebrating 5 months of membership. 5 months, planes and time fly by when you're having fun. Thank you so much for your continued support. And if something isn't to your liking anymore in the lounge, let me know. I'm sure you will. Thank you so much for your support there, Lisa. Luc, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Many Peters in the stream. Maybe we have to number you guys. Now, check it out. I wasn't kidding when I said I should have brought sunscreen along with me. It is actually looking like it might be a nice spring-like day. The temperatures certainly are approaching spring-like conditions. The wind, then again, quite fall autumn-like. Jaco, goedemorgen. Indeed, Peter. Peter, it's a good name. How many do we have right now in the chat? I think 3 or 4 at least. Heavy hitters coming in. 2 consecutive A330s. One arriving from Port of Spain and the other arriving from Toronto. Before that, an Embraer 175 coming in from Prague in the Czech Republic, KLM flight 1352. Indeed, Wolfgang, I will need the shorts pretty soon. Yeah, shit. Here I am standing with gloves on, when actually what I need is summer clothing. What the hell is Bright Light Justine says? Yeah, that's a good question. Alan has to go off to Bristol Airport to piss some EasyJet staff off. All the best, mate. I hope your flight will not get cancelled. I hope you'll be landing safely at your destination. Peter, thank you so much for your kind words. And I see that Sarah is also back in the chat. Good to see you again, Sarah. Hope all is well. Coming in, KLM flight 775, first airplane on the glide slope. Airbus A350-200 arriving from Port of Spain. This is the PHAOD. 8 hours 28 minutes underway. 18-year-old airplane, first flight April 20, 2006. 3 airplanes on the glide slope, 4th is turning in. The 4th turning in is a Turkish A330 arriving from Istanbul, flight 1951. This is an A330-200, its bigger sibling, the A330-300 will be next after this, also from KLM. And coming in from Toronto. Howdy Henk, goedemorgen. Michael, good morning. Hank says, it looks like the planes don't have much problems landing. Absolutely not. The wind is blowing from the south and is headwind. Not a lot of crosswind. Although you do see the airplanes crab when they are a bit higher up and still a bit further away. Nikki, goedemorgen. KLM flight 696 coming in next. Arriving from Toronto, Canada, A330-300, 6 hours and 56 minutes on the way. Fuck D is its registration, PHAKD. 12-year-old airplane, first flight March 2012. Embraer 190 arriving from Zurich behind it. And Turkish flight 1951 arriving from Istanbul, number 3, the 7 o'clock of the number 2. I'll have a look at the METAR in a moment, Jendrosek. I'm not sure if it has been published yet on the website I usually copy it from. There's always a couple of minutes of delay, so maybe after this airplane and before the Embraer 190, we can have a look. So, the Emirates A380 underway and expected to land on the Polderbaan, the runway we are standing next to. So two 747s arriving from Miami. Expected between 1 and 1:30. Let's have a quick look, shall we? So, in terms of the weather, let's go to the METAR. This was the last METAR in the ticker. 20 knots of wind with gusts up to 30, and a refresh will tell us 19 knots and gusts up to 29 knots. The wind is blowing from the south, so right in the direction of the runway. That is why the airplanes haven't had any trouble landing yet. Not a lot of crosswind on ground level. It's CAVOK. That means that the ceiling and visibility of the 5,000 feet surrounding the airport are clear of impediments. No precipitation and no clouds on these levels. The air temperature 13 degrees C. That is roughly 56 F. Orange Pride going out to Zanzibar has come alive on flight radar. Emirates is expected around 12:30, standard livery, and we have Atlas and Cargolux coming in from Nairobi. The 7478 expected 1:07 p.m, Cargolux 1:25. These three airplanes are all going to land on Polderbaan most likely. Cargolux also coming in from Nairobi, expected 1:52. It is getting later by the hour. If its ETA is after 2 o'clock, then it is going to land on the Polderbaan, because then the Polderbaan will probably be the only runway open for arrivals. Let me paste the METAR in the ticker and then quickly turn around the camera and go back to the airplanes coming in. Good morning, Frank. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Hope you've brought some good news. Next to come in, KLM flight 1918. Embraer 190 arriving from Zurich. Following it is Turkish flight 1951. That's an A330-300. From Turkish coming in from Istanbul. What up, mates? Nico, goedemorgen. TS, good morning. Did you see KLM flight 108, 104 make a round 777? No. Don't think I have seen that. You mean a go around? Sarah was at a local airport where two Marine Sikorsky helicopters flew in front of her. Wow, cool. You posted them on your channel website? In that case, I'll have a look when I'm done streaming. Turkish flight 1951 coming in from Istanbul. Next, A330-300. Don't see Sikorsky helicopters in the wild that often, especially not two together. 3 hours and 26 minutes the flight time, so airplanes coming in from the east are having a lot of headwind today. Normally speaking, this flight would have taken around 3 hours. So unless they're rerouting this flight, or have rerouted this flight, I should say, it's probably headwind. Oh wait, no! It probably has been in a holding, hasn't it? Been in a holding, probably. Not zoomed in. I'm zoomed in a lot, so yeah. The holdings are also being used today. All three of them. Interestingly, that's probably the cause for the delay. If you look on flight radar, you can see three holding patterns of Schiphol Airport. One in the east, above the central province of Flevoland, in the vicinity of Lelystad, a little bit to the east. The airplanes are holding that are arriving from the east and cannot continue to Schiphol right away. Over at the North Sea on the west, you can also see a holding pattern where they are doing circles, waiting for clearance to come to Schiphol. And you also have one south of Rotterdam, over the southwestern province of Zeeland. Those are the three holding patterns. Incoming flights, when things get busy at Schiphol, fly holding patterns over there until they get clearance to come to Schiphol. Nice linear 3 airplane glide slope shot. Clemencia, goedemorgen. Love for aviation, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. This is KLM flight 1930 coming in from Geneva, 737-800. 1 hour and 17 minutes on the way. PHBCK, it's back. Hopefully not with back pain. 5-year-old airplane, first flight April 2019. As you can see, the number 2 is crabbing more substantially than the number 1 now is. We've seen that several times before already. So apparently a bit higher up there is more crosswind. Lisa has to go. Enjoy the rest of your day, Lisa. Speak soon. Don't let the wind push you into the water. No, I'll leave that up to you. Don't you worry. Hadi Cherk, goedemorgen. Cherk, I'm not using a lens, I'm using a camcorder. Canon XA60 is the camera I'm using. Now I'm also using digital zoom. This is the top end of optical zoom. Using moderate digital zoom will allow me to magnify the pixels to a degree that it is still doable. This is already in the digital zoom range, going 400 times. You can see it magnifies pixels, and particularly when you have light sources, it doesn't look that well. This is the top end of optical zoom. That is approximately equivalent to 600 millimeters full frame equivalent. Canon XA60 camcorder. Lisa says, be careful what you wish for. Well, we'll see. Enjoy the rest of your day, Lisa. Celine, goedemorgen. This is China Cargo Airlines arriving from Shanghai. 11 hours and 47 minutes on the way. 777 freighter, 1 year old. Will turn 2 next month. First flight December 2022. H2O asks, hey, what camera do you use? I just said that. Well, camera is a Canon XA60. Let us quickly turn back. This is Delta Airlines Flight 90 arriving from MCO, aka Orlando, Florida. 8 hours and 32 minutes on the way. November 817 November Whiskey is its registration. 17-year-old airplane, first flight April 2007. Let's see, EasyJet A320neo arriving from Stansted. Next after that, Air Oink Oink, now number 3. And one of KLM's A321neos is returning from Paris. That is now number 4. Bouncy, beautiful landing, very subtle, very light. No reversers though, idle reversers. That's a pity. Waste of a good opportunity to make noise. Peter K, good morning. More Peters in the chat. How many do we have right now? 5 or 6? Runway 24 being used for departures. KLM Dreamliner over there. Just took to the skies. Now, control coming in. Let's have a look. It's the A330. Hard to see, think it might be. From Frankfurt to the United States by the looks of it. For airplane glide slope shot there. With now number 4, a KLM Dreamliner arriving from Austin, Texas. Nicholas Calimera, good to see ya. Check out proximity of the numbers 3 and 4 optically. No airplane dance there. That is Air Pegasus, KLM and KLM. With number 3 the KLM Dreamliner. And here EasyJet A320 Neorio coming in from London Stansted. Good morning, Pierre. Good morning, Arjan. Good morning, Ari. Go into the light, my child. Frederik, good morning, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, we're standing at the Polderbaan. It's a bit windy today. Brought the blimp along with me so that you guys don't hear the wind rumble that severely. Just a rustling of the grasses here. Pegasus coming in from Istanbul, A321 Neo. 3 hours and 39 minutes on the way. Airplane 2 years old, first flight September 2022. Right, indeed. Air Oinkoink has arrived with the picket sauce bacon bus to Amsterdam. Next up, KLM flight 1402 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, A321 Neo. 54 minutes on the way. Brand new airplane, this is the Fax A. First of the 2 A321 Neos now flying in the fleet. More planes in the background. The next airplane coming after this is going to be a 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Austin, Texas, KLM flight 668. Morning, Jan, is that how you pronounce it? En Greetje, goedemorgen. Fax A. More butt shots and a chance for us to see through those see-through engines. So turn in a little bit further. You can just see just how small the cores of these modern engines are. Now, Dreamliner coming in, after that something red. KLM flight 668 next to arrive. Made in Australia, good evening mate, good to see you again. KLM flight 668 arriving from Austin, Texas. Now number 1 on the glide slope. 7879 Dreamliner, the PHBHI. 9 years old, no, 8 years old, 9 hours underway. First flight September 2016. 9 hours and 3 minutes underway. Danny, goedemorgen. Dreamliner coming in indeed. Something red after that. You guys know what time it is then. Viagra in the sky, in the air, I should say. New meter will be released in just over 5 minutes from now. So in 10 to 15 minutes from now we should be able to see it. Right now the wind has been consistently blowing with around 20 knots with gusts up to 30. And Windfinder was indicating that it was going to stay more or less constant throughout the day. We'll see. Another 3 airplane glide slope shot here with something red coming in first. Arriving from Reykjavik, A320neo, play flight 460. 2 hours 56 minutes underway. First flight October 2022. The next 2 airplanes are 737 and A330, both from KLM. Former arriving from Paris and the latter arriving from Bonaire. First let's have a look at the landing of the Play A320neo. Hadinelli, goedemorgen. Evan, what is up mate? Top of the morning sir, hope all is well. Gorgeous red, nice shiny airplane as well. Just Play Nuts asks a good question. Evan, is there an East Coast cousin? That would be nice. Again, gorgeous lighting here. Let's quickly turn back. Have a look at the next airplane coming in. KLM flight 1404 arriving from Paris, 737-800. The airplane crabbing behind it is arriving from Bonaire. That is an A330-300, KLM flight 765. Third airplane that you can see already is also a heavy hitter. That's a 777-300 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa, also from KLM. 3 consecutive KLM airplanes coming in. 3 different airplane types as well. Then he asks if there are 747s underway. There certainly are. There's 3 of them underway. One from Nairobi, which is expected to arrive shortly before 2 o'clock. So probably going to the center runway. The other 2 are arriving from Miami and are expected for the Polderbaan. and they are expected between 1 and 1:30. Emirates A380 also expected to land on this runway. Around 12:30 is its ETA. I'll show you once I'm also updating the METAR, which will be in 10 to 15 minutes from now. Two KLM heavies on the glide slope. A330-300 coming in from Bonaire, coming in first. 777-300 behind it, number 2. Paul also back in the chat. What is up, Mr. Biker? Good to have you back, sir. Hope all is well. Hope you don't get blown away. The wind is probably a bit stronger in Yorkshire than it is over here at Schiphol. Be safe, mate. So despite the wind on ground level blowing right in the direction of the runway, that is from south to north, you can see that the airplanes that are a bit higher up are crabbing and have been crabbing all throughout the show already. Rob, goedemorgen. And Familie Sloos, who is tuning in with the complete family. Absolutely lovely. Goedemorgen allemaal. KLM flight 765 arriving from Bonaire. 8 hours 27 minutes the flight time. Flat surfaces, clean as a whistle. Typical KLM. All well as well over here, Paul. Bit calmer today, but it has been wild. How did you get the severity of the storm yesterday? Lucia is tuning in from Twente, which lies to the east in the country, more towards the German border, and says that wind over there is not too bad. It's probably the coastal areas that are affected most severely right now. Martina, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Beppe, goedemorgen. Beppe asks, are we going to see an A380 today? Definitely. It is expected around 12:30 and is expected to land at the Polderbaan. This is KLM flight 598 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. 777-300 11 hours and 4 minutes on the way. It's the PH BVK, which is 11 years old, had its first flight in May 2013. Small jet behind it, that would be Ita. Hey, Ita. Oh no, those bastards have assigned Qatar A350 to the center runway. First airplane going to the center runway. It is shortly before 11, and from 11 until 11:40 there's always 2 runways open for arrivals. Today the other runway being the center runway. So parallel arrivals, and Qatar sadly already the first airplane to the center runway. Why not make it a beautiful wheelie? Very gentle, very beautiful landing. Henk, goedemorgen. Erik, goedemorgen. And Familie Sloos, I don't know yet. Now, even some contrails here and there to be seen. Russell is also still chilling and relaxing on the pole. Now it's 5 minutes to the hour. A new METAR should be released. Our next airplane coming in is Ita. Something more heavy in the background would be Delta Airlines flight 236 arriving from Tampa. And we have a Corendon A350 as number 3, which is even further away. Now the meter probably hasn't updated yet, but I am able to show you flight radar for the time being. Quick look on flight radar will tell us that the Emirates A380 is in Hungarian airspace and is approaching the Netherlands quickly. Its ETA still 12:30. We have 2 airplanes coming in from Miami. Still expected 107 for the first and 125 for the last. Cargolux flying in the vicinity of Athens. Getting more delayed by the minute, and if it is going to get 6 more additional minutes of delay, it might also go to this runway, because from 1 to 2 runways are open for arrivals. Means that if it arrives after 2 o'clock, it will once again be a candidate for the Polderbaan, which will then be the only runway open for arrivals. In the meantime, the first airplane to the center runway, the Qatar A350 arriving from Doha. Pity that we aren't able to see it. Good morning to everybody who has joined in the meantime. Paul says, we had heavy snow yesterday, but now heavy rain. Think the strong wind arrives later today. More than likely, we're already experiencing an increase in wind speed. Again overnight. Now no precipitation is expected in the Netherlands today. As you can see, semi-blue skies even. Temperatures 10 degrees Celsius higher than they were yesterday. Ton also present. Good to see you, Ton. Goedemorgen. Now our next airplane coming in is ITA. It is a beautiful Bombardier C Series 100, aka A220, arriving from Milan. 1 hour and 32 minutes the flight time. The EIHLB, brand new airplane, first flight December 2023. Standing here in the field, it feels like the wind is becoming a little bit more gusty. Now a new METAR has been published and I'm expecting it to be visible on the publicly accessible websites in a couple of minutes from now. Check out this airplane. Now Wolfgang showed me the beautiful special livery of Emirates, the NBA, which also has a similar shade of blue but red engine casings. I have to say I like that, and it would be a nice upgrade if ITA would go for a version 2.0 of this livery and make the engines red. I think that would look so beautiful. Meanwhile, a little butt shot and a chance for us to see through those see-through engines before turning back and watch Delta Airlines flight 236 arriving from Tampa. Let's quickly turn back. Delta Airlines coming in next. A330-300 arriving from Tampa in Florida. A330-300 being followed by an A350 from Corendon, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. Flight time for the Delta A330 that we are now seeing is 8 hours and 42 minutes. 21-year-old airplane, first flight September 2003. Hey there Knut, and hey there all others who have joined. Good morning. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy and we are standing at Polderbaan, runway 18 right. Yeah. Spool up those babies. Another sound check. Hope you guys weren't hearing any clipping. If you were, let me know. I can lower the volume ever so slightly. And Knut, thank you for your kind words. Herzlich willkommen. May your day be great as well. Beautifully said. Klonk perfect. Danny says, okay, cool. Just checking, because here on my camera the sound levels were reaching the 0 decibel. That is the top of the camera, so thought it might also result in clipping. But if you guys continue to say you don't hear any, no need for me to change anything. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Family Slow says it sounds awesome on the surround system. Lee says volume is spot on. Perfect. Let me know if it starts getting too loud. I don't think that it will if it hasn't already, so we should be good. Yeah, it definitely was getting loud, Evan. What I'm wondering is if it is clipping, so if it is deforming, if you're starting to hear artifacts because the volume is too high. And thus far nobody has reported that, so hopefully it's going to stay that way. Either way, back to the business at hand. Airplanes coming in, A350-900, Corendon, flight 598, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. 8 hours, 20 minutes underway. The airplane a year old, first flight May 2023. It looks like a Predator bird, doesn't it? I think it is such a beautiful airplane. Together with the A220s, my two favorites when it comes to modern day airplanes. Just because of the aesthetics. Flying parallel to us, Emirates Sky Cargo, arriving from Dubai, flight 9906. Going to the center runway, parallel arrivals have begun and are expected to remain in progress until approximately 11:40 local time. Bob says all good in my hearing aids, perfect. Well, do hit me up in the chat if the audio would become too loud or something, or if you guys are noticing any distortion. I'm not switching or turning anything, changing anything until you guys report me I need to do so. We have a few moments before an EasyJet arriving from Gatwick will be coming in. Let's have a quick look at the METAR, which is updated about 10 minutes ago and should be, yeah. So now we don't have any gusts anymore, but we still have a 20 knot wind. Still the wind is blowing from the south, that is in the direction of the runway. No visibility impediments, no ceiling. Air pressure is 1003 hectopascals. It is KVK and the temperature a constant 13 degrees Celsius. It's been going up and down with gusts being reported in the METAR. Some METAR reports have gusts in them up to 30 knots. Now this one doesn't anymore. Wind speed has remained constantly 20 or so knots. I'll update the METAR after I'm done with this. EasyJet A320neo having arrived from London Gatwick. Austrian registered OEOSA. And flying parallel to it is Tarom coming in from Bucharest. Flight 361, 737-800. And Martin, thank you so much for your kind words, mate. Very much appreciated. That you're appreciating what I'm doing. Let's quickly turn back the camera. Air Canada is coming in next. Flight 808 arriving from Toronto, Canada. A couple more airplanes already visible behind it. Flying parallel to it is Croatia Airlines Flight 450 arriving from Zagreb. Quick paste and update the METAR. Oh. There we go. Lance also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. How did it go in hospital the other day? Well, I'm sure you don't want to disclose any details. Feel free to hit me up via email if you want to share. I'm curious. Hopefully all is well. Jelle, goedemorgen. Jelle asks, why do the planes have to crab that much? What happens if they keep their nose straight? Well, they have to compensate for crosswind, which interestingly, according to the meter, there isn't blowing. But the airplanes seem to have experienced more crosswind higher up than on ground level, which means that if the airplanes keep their nose directed to the runway, they'll be blown further to the right. And they have to point the camera, they have to point the airplane nose towards us in order to stay on course to the runway, to arrive at the runway. Patrick, goedemorgen. Thank you for your kind words. "150 cancellations at Heathrow," Lance says. Well, I thought it was mentioned yesterday that also flights were cancelled due to the wind. Or was that the day before yesterday? I don't remember. Now Heathrow only has a limited option or a limited number of runways to choose from, unlike Schiphol, which almost always has a runway in the direction of the prevailing wind. It means less cancellations. However, it also means it is more difficult to spot from. Another butt shot of Air Canada having landed safely. Good morning, Graham. Happy Sunday to you too, mate. Daily Dose of Aviation asks, is it really windy or not really? Looks fairly calm. Well, looks can be deceptive. It's just that I use the blimp and you don't hear it a lot. There's definitely wind blowing in the direction of the runway heading on ground level. Now where was that? Windsock. There it is. Windsock is pretty erect. Parallel arrivals. With Iberia Express coming in from Madrid, flight 1791. While we're waiting for the next airplane to come to the Polderbaan, which is EasyJet, arriving from London Gatwick, which will be followed by an A321neo from JetBlue, arriving from New York JFK. Andrea, goedemorgen. It is a Viagra wind indeed, JPN. I think that's also why the sky is a bit bluish. It's the blue pills. This is EasyJet A319 coming in from London Gatwick, 46 minutes on the way. GESFA GEZFU, well, FU2. 14-year-old airplane, first flight May 2010. Hallo, goedemorgen and welcome to the show. Welcome all others as well. If you're new to the channel, feel free to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Many people are watching, they're all friendly, and a lot of them are knowledgeable as well. Jack Wolfman, good morning. JetBlue coming in next in the new livery, which I think bears a lot of semblance to, resembles a lot the Jet ITA livery. Butt shots galore indeed, Eddie. Almost all airplane landing here today, vacating via the first exit, which we are in line with. JetBlue arriving from New York, JFK, A321neo. 6 hours 47 minutes on the way. Brand new airplane. First flight May 2024. Good morning, Mike. And Family Slows asks in Dutch, which airplane do you like the best yourself? Well, from modern day airplanes, I think the A220 and the A350 are the prettiest. Obviously, I also like the Dreamliner. And if you look at timeless airplanes, then definitely one of my favorites would be the 747. Now it looks a lot like ITA, but the livery is a bit more shiny, and ITA's is a bit more metallic, I think, giving the appearance of being a bit more matte. Hello there, AV Plane 3000. So Lurk, good morning. Frank, are you pulling a prank on Nelly? Hey there, Wart. Goedemorgen. Coming in next, we already saw Fax A. This has to be Fax B coming in from London Heathrow. Fax A was coming in from Paris-Charles de Gaulle. And this is the Fax B, the latest of the two A321neos currently flying in the fleet of KLM. Lofiten, goedemorgen. Semi, goedemorgen. Indy Thomas, the fax machine is back. First flight of this airplane, September 2024. And ITA is coming into the center runway. A320neo arriving from Rome. Ooh, Concorde, how could I forget? Absolutely a stunner as well, Justine. Ooh, difficult. Which one is more pretty? Well, the 747, of course, it has a longer record of being in operation. And in that respect trumps the Concorde. Concorde, of course, very pretty aesthetically. Loud too. No airplane louder than Concorde in that respect. Well, hardly any. Next coming in, ITA, going to the center runway. Quick bounce back to the laptop to celebrate Peter K's 13 months of membership, and he writes, happy 13. Peter K, thank you so much for your continued support, mate. Hope you're still enjoying being a member and hope all is still good in the lounge. Let me know if it isn't to your liking anymore. Let me see what I can do about it. Another member in the deep green. Peter K, thank you for your support. Bom dia, Wagner, who is tuning in from Brazil. Goedemorgen, Anthony. Anthony asks, do you work in aviation? And the answer is no, I do not. Well, this is working in aviation more or less. I think there's a quad squad contrail passing north of me. Let's have a look. Yep. Is that Cargolux? I think it might be Cargolux 747 or... No, that's not Cargolux, or... No, that's Lufty. It's a Lufty 7478. Now I see it. Yeah. Right, next to come in. Britty Hopper, arriving from Norwich. 34 minutes on the way. Embraer 190, hailing from the year 2007, making it 17 years old. Flying on behalf of KLM as flight 1056. Flying parallel to it And passing us by just now is an EasyJet A319 arriving from Milan. And coming in next to Polderbaan is KLM flight 1136 arriving from Dublin, Ireland, and it's being followed by a 777-200 which is arriving from San Francisco. What is up, Michael? Good to see you again. Welcome one and all. Happy Sunday. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing at the Polderbaan. One of two runways now in use for arrivals. Wind blowing from the south. Emirates A380 expected in an hour and 15 minutes from now and expected to land at Polderbaan, which is going to close again. Which is going to stay open the entire time as a primary runway for arrivals. The center runway is expected to close again in just over 20 minutes from now, around 11:40. Two 747s arriving from Miami expected between 1 and 1:30. And another 747 is expected to arrive shortly before 2 o'clock from Nairobi, Kenya, which each time we checked its ETA was delayed more and more. So if it is arriving after 2 o'clock, it might also go to the Polderbaan, actually. RDB, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. And Yillard says that the 747 I just now spotted was going from Frankfurt to Miami, Florida. Now there's another contrail following a similar path. It's not a quad squad member, but it is a twin jet. Does it say Delta or is that Emirates? Back to the business at hand on ground level. This is KLM flight 606 arriving from San Francisco. It is a 777-200 the PHBQG. 9 hours and 34 minutes on the way. 20-year-old airplane, first flight April 2004. Wicked zoom, Sven says. Wicked. Delta, Rule says. Okay. Plane asks if it is windy. Nah, mate, it's completely calm. There's a little stick under the windsock that keeps it erect, so that it looks like it is windy, but it isn't in actuality. Nah, the ripples just being created by a lot of fish. Adler going to the center runway. Oh. Either way, let's turn back. Have a look at what is coming next. We have two airplanes on the glide slope. An Embraer 190 arriving from Newcastle and an Embraer 190 arriving from Aberdeen. More narrow bodies coming in after that by the looks of it. Some crossing traffic from right to left. Maria, also good morning to you. Welcome one and all. Two Embraer 190s coming in from Newcastle and Aberdeen respectively. Now the G is coming in on the center runway, arriving from Athens. By KLM? What? Luklaslav, good morning. Who is tuning in from Japan? Goedemorgen. Now, still blowing here. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke. Currently looks like so. A lot of horizontality in the wind, in the chimney smoke. Tina, NJ, goedemorgen allebei. Got a KLM 737-900 in the SkyTeam livery. Arriving from Berlin, going to the center runway. We have an Embraer 190 coming in from Aberdeen and an Embraer 175 arriving from Cardiff coming to the Polderbaan. Both coming in right now. Quick turn back to the laptop and say a massive big thank you to Peter K, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Peter, thank you so much for your support. I hope that everybody who received a membership from you just now will enjoy it. Don't forget to say thank you. Enjoy the custom emojis, folks. Peter, thank you so much for your support, mate. Very much appreciated. Welcome new members. KLM Flight 912 arriving from Aberdeen. Embraer 190. NJ asks about go-arounds. No, we haven't. We haven't seen any. The wind is blowing in the direction of the runway from south to north. So there's not a lot of crosswind for the airplanes landing. They haven't had any trouble with the landings yet. And as long as the wind is continuing to stay blowing from south to north, I'm not expecting we're going to see any issues. Indeed, Hans, enjoy the SkyTeam livery while you can. On its way out. PHBVD already the first victim. Next to come in KLM. I think it is a relocation flight arriving from Cardiff. It says KLM 9936. That's probably just a relocation flight after maintenance was performed. 7-year-old airplane, first flight October 2017. Doubt that there will be a lot of passengers on board. Indeed, Jeff, more crosswinds. Bob says it is sleep time. Enjoy the day. Thank you for joining, Bob. Sleep well. And also, Just Play Nuts, thank you for your super chat. We therapy for Wesley. I think I might have missed the reference there. Thank you so much still for your super chat there, Just Play Nuts. Although I'm not exactly sure what it means. Good morning, John, who is tuning in from Niagara Falls. Good morning, Sibba. Embraer 175 arriving from Cardiff. And E2 Embraer will be arriving from Chester after that. It's 11:25, a new METAR is about to get released. Should become publicly accessible in a couple of minutes from now. More airplanes. flying overhead. Another lufty. Oh, that looks a bit. Next up, E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Persenchester with behind it an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Geneva. Also a massive big thank you to GE, who just now said that prior KLM Heavy was the best landing I ever saw. KLM pilots are a breed of their own. They can do beautiful landings on a regular... They do perform beautiful landings on a regular fashion, in a regular fashion I should say. Thank you so much GE for your kind words and your super chat. Simple goedemorgen. Bram, this is runway 18 right. And Wesley says, for context, I was trying to repair a Wii that is unable to read discs, accidentally broke off the tab of the ribbon connector on the disk drive, will order a new disk drive. Oh dear. You have to be very careful. I think I might have to repair an external hard drive which fell on the ground one time too many, and I think it might be stuck with the reader head on the disk. Something different altogether, but you always have to be careful with electronics. Timo, goedemorgen. Now we have an EasyJet A320neo coming in from Geneva, and I think after that landing the new meter should be available for us. Have a look at the weather. Three airplanes on the glide slope. They all seem to be narrow bodies for the time being. Narrow bodies inbound rush hour. And in an hour or so from now, the Emirates A380 is expected. After this landing, let's have a look. This airplane seems to be crabbing more than the airplanes in the beginning of the stream seem to be doing. Yes, it's definitely working harder. The pilots are working harder. Shh. Apologies for my shitty English. I think I need to take in some more vodka. A320 Neorio coming in from Geneva. Michael says your English is much better than my Dutch. Yeah, well, everybody speaks English and nobody speaks Dutch other than the Dutch, so I'm not surprised by that. Let's have a quick look. Before vodka time, the meter in the ticker was indicating 20 knots of wind. A refresh now tells us it is still 20 knots, but it has become gusty again with gusts up to 31 knots. Wind speed, the wind direction is still very much from the south to the north, so hardly any crosswind. Temperature has risen to 14 degrees. It is still Cavo K. Oh. I will copy and paste that into the ticker for you guys in a moment. Coming in, Emirates A380, expected 12:33. Expected 105. Atlas Air arriving from Miami, Cargolux arriving from Miami 125, and Cargolux Cargolux arriving from Nairobi 156. It is getting, its ETA is getting later by the minute. That is good news, because that might mean it may land on Polderbaan around 2 o'clock. If that is going to happen, I'm going to stick around for it, considering that there are 2 more 747s expected in the hour before, the half hour before it. Alright, let's quickly turn back. Well, we missed the landing of an Embraer 175. Yeah, apologies for that. I'm sure you guys would have wanted to see it. Unique airplane. And indeed, Patrick, the Flemish too. These are so rare indeed, QJ. Yeah, rare Embraers over here. Now, I'm happy to report I see a 777-200 arriving from Rio de Janeiro, flying base north of Schiphol. Should be coming to the Polderbaan. Meanwhile, if you look over here, you can see it is starting to get a bit more open. Milkiness in the sky, but also significant chunks of blue. Parallel arrival still in progress. And this is an Embraer which has been sniffing some snow by the looks of it. Michael asked if I watched F1. I'm not following F1, mate. If they bring back those V10s that they had in the early 2000s, I would consider watching it again, but I'm not following and have not been following Formula 1 in almost 2 decades now. I was following Formula 1 back when Max's dad was still teammates with Michael Schumacher for Benetton. Right, Pierre has to go. Thank you for joining, Pierre. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. We have a Britty Hopper that is coming in next. Embraer 170 arriving from Humberside. Second airplane at its 7 o'clock. That is already the KLM 777-200 arriving from Rio. Still at a respectable distance. Indeed, Rinus, long time ago. Right, gusty wind. Hallo Rob, goedemiddag. Goedemorgen, Finn. Well, I'm not sure if the engines aren't as good as they were back in the day, but the sound definitely has deteriorated each new iteration. From V10 to V8 was already a deterioration. From V8 to V6, in my opinion at least, a further deterioration. They should bring back the V12s and the V10s. But yeah, Greenpeace won't like that. Frank says, boy, would only be interested in F1 if the cars had wings. Well, if I recall correctly, they had already. Now, I'm hearing a BizJet passing overhead. Where did I see it? Come on. Hard to see against the backdrop. You probably heard it on mic. And Finn, I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Lovely day here at Schiphol. Weather is dry. We have a little bit of wind. The airplane is crabbing a little bit. Always nice. Bram asks, what does KVK means? That means ceiling and visibility are okay. And in the case of Schiphol, that means that the lower 5,000 feet surrounding the airport are free of rain or other precipitation, and also no clouds in the lower 5,000 feet surrounding the airport. Good morning, Aeolus Capital. And it was an Embraer Phenom 300 that we heard. This is KLM flight 706 coming in from Rio de Janeiro. 10 hours and 35 minutes on the way, 777-200 The PHBQI, 20 years old, first flight November 2004. More wind in Zeeland, Finn says. I'm also starting to sound a little stuffy, so I'll blow my nose quickly. There we go, back again. So quick sip. Right, KLM flight 706 777-200 coming in from Rio de Janeiro. Interestingly, I'm also seeing an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Gothenburg going to runway 22. It is 11:39 and usually around 11:40 the secondary runway for arrivals closes and 2 runways will open again for departures. We're right at that moment in time and I'm wondering if the KLM Embraer arriving, it is the Embraer 175 that is arriving from Bergen right now. If that is going to be the last airplane for the time being to the center runway. I think it might be. I'm not seeing anything behind it. Next to come to Polderbaan, Iceland Air Flight 500, that's a MAX 8 737. And turning in is a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from New York, JFK, KLM Flight 644. See that Drew is also back in the chat, good day to you, sir. Lance was thinking he was watching herds of wildebeests roaming across the veld. Yeah, absolutely. Right, filming right now, grass. The Dutch are famous for it. Here you can see it. Let's zoom in a little bit, have a quick look. It's beautiful, isn't it? grass and leaves. It's rustling. And this is what you're hearing. Right, back to the airplanes then. Iceland Air coming in from Reykjavik, MAX 8, with behind it a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from New York JFK. Marcel, goedemorgen. Fris, I wouldn't call it. It is windy, but it certainly isn't chilly. 13 degrees, 14 degrees, no, it's 14 degrees Celsius. Obviously the wind is giving a little bit of wind chill, but not very substantial. Indeed, Frank, the dead cat shows some discipline. Well, it's actually, I don't think you should call it a dead cat anymore. This is a blimp with a dead wombat, I think they're referring to it. The dead cat is that little mustache thingy that you put directly over the microphone when it is attached to the camera itself. Iceland Air MAX 8 coming in. Hans, goedemorgen. Zoe, good morning. Zoe says, my partner appreciated your grass action. It's a grass action lawsuit. Yeah. Well, there's still plenty of rustling going on here. Not wrestling, but rustling. The grass is still green, except for where I'm standing. But that is because I'm always setting up shop at the same location. So the grass has been replaced by mud where I'm standing. Still surrounded by grass. Like I said before, the Dutch are famous for it. This is KLM flight 644, arriving from New York, JFK, 787-10 Dreamliner, 6 hours and 16 minutes underway. 4-year-old airplane, registration the PHBKF. First flight December 2019. I'm not seeing anything going to the center runway anymore, so I think we are once again back to a one runway configuration for arrivals. Look to the left and you can see that the sun is actually illuminating the radio tower at Haarlem-Spaarnwoude. Like an enlightened thingy. Erect thingy. Anyway, Chris Rico also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. KLM Embraer 175 arrived from Luxembourg after this, and an E2 Embraer after that. Hadi Marissa, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. And welcome to all others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing at the Polder Run. Runway 18 right. Currently being used for arrivals. We have a little bit of wind. Storm Bird isn't passing over the Netherlands, but its passage is certainly causing an increase in wind speeds here in the Netherlands as well. Windsock is on some blue pills, and grass is rustling and the water is waving. Wind is blowing in the direction of the runway, means headwind for the airplanes arriving. That is why you haven't seen any go-arounds yet, although we have seen airplanes crab a little bit as they were approaching and were still a bit higher up. Emirates A380 is expected in 45 minutes from now, expected to land on Polderbaan. We also have two 747s coming in from the west between 1 and 1:30 p.m. local time expected. Both arriving from Miami, both expected to land on the Polderbaan, the runway we are standing next to. There's also a 747 arriving from Nairobi, Kenya, which, if its ETA remains between 1 and 2 p.m, is going to land on the center runway more than likely. But each time we checked, as its journey progresses, its ETA was delayed with a few more minutes. So who knows, we might even see it land on the Polderbaan. Hadi Matthijs, goedemorgen. Embraer 145, goedemorgen, good morning. This is KLM flight 1710 arriving from Luxembourg. It is an Embraer 175. Journey thus far has taken 44 minutes, that's par for the course. The airplane is 6 years old, its first flight was in January 2018. E2 Embraer 195 coming in from Edinburgh behind it. And an A320 after that, EasyJet coming in from Basel. Looks like a no reversal arrival. Two airplanes on the glide slope. Embraer 195 arriving from Edinburgh, KLM flight 924 in the foreground, EasyJet flight 21223 arriving from Basel behind it. Hans' favorite airline on final, QJ says. Yeah, that is the fourth to arrive. The third airplane turning in from the east is SAS, that's an A320neo. And indeed, Welling coming in as number 4. Here we have KLM flight 924 arriving from Edinburgh. Sup, bruh? 1 hour and 10 minutes, the flight time. 2-year-old airplane. Aww. What is up, Alvin? Good to see you, mate. Hope you've had a good day, mate. Another chance to look to see-through engines. Got a few clouds in the sky blocking our sunshine over here. Despite the wind, it's actually a pretty nice day here. A lot of open skies. Another contrail over there. Already way out east. Twin jet. Looking up and around me, not seeing anything in the vicinity just now. Another METAR shall be published in 5 minutes from now, so in 10 to 15 minutes or so we would be able to access it on the publicly accessible websites. All good here, Alvin, cheers. This is EasyJet arriving from Basel, 1 hour 4 minutes on the way, A320. Swiss registered, HBJXR is its registration. 10-year-old airplane, first flight July 2014. SAS at A320neo and a Vueling A320neo coming in after that. Extra points for high bypass engines today, Elvin says. Well, be careful what you wish for. Should be plenty coming in still. Two consecutive A320neos next up on the agenda. SAS in the foreground, Vueling in the background, the former coming in from Oslo, the latter coming in from Barcelona. QJ says that the A380 is above Erfurt now. When the new METAR is publicly accessible, which I think will be at noon, I will also have another look at the flight radar status quo. We should be seeing the A380 and two 747s land on Polderbaan before or at 1:30 at the latest. There is a there's a third 747 coming in from Nairobi, which might come in around 2. Initially it was expected around 1:40, and as its flight progressed, its ETA became ever later. Last time we checked, its ETA was 1:56 p.m, which still makes it a candidate for the secondary runway for arrivals, probably center. I'm hoping it will catch a few more minutes of delay, so that it is going to land on the Polderbaan. Would make a lovely last airplane of the day. Unless more is coming in, which I haven't checked actually. Got plenty of vodka and coffee with me, so if more interesting airplanes are coming in, might be worthwhile to stick around a bit longer. It's the Sea Rud. Bloody hell. Sassy indeed, Paper Chase. Sassy indeed. Mostly blue skies, bluish. Actually, only a little cloud now, right where the sun is at. Blue pills for the windsock. Mercer says ETA for the Cargolux from Nairobi currently 1:54, so it has made up a couple of minutes. Now we also saw that planes were hovering in holding patterns over the holding areas earlier in the show. So who knows, it might catch a few minutes of additional delay because of that. Not sure if they're in use right now. Vueling coming in next, arriving from Barcelona, A320neo, flight 8309, 1 hour and 44 minutes underway. 6-year-old airplane, first flight June 2018. Indeed, Brandon, huge 777 coming in about 10 minutes. I think we ought to be able to see it on its downwind leg over the coast already. If you know where you need to look. Visibility is not the limiting factor here. Situational awareness is, you need to know where you need to look. Giving it a quick try, looking towards the west, Oh yeah, got the 777 already. A huge 777 arriving from Sao Paulo is flying over there. That is KLM flight 792 777-300 on the downwind leg, which we should expect to see later in a couple of minutes. Hey there Tijn, goedemorgen. Welcome back and welcome all others. World Aviation, good morning. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Meanwhile, the sun is starting to shine again over here. Ricardo, also back in the chat. Goedemorgen, Ricardo. Rob says, happy birthday to me. Congratulations, Rob. Martijn, A380 is expected in half an hour or so from now. After this airplane has landed, I think we should also be able to see the latest METAR. So let me take you through flight radar and the weather after this airplane has landed. This is a KLM Embraer 190 arrival from Brussels. KLM flight 1704. Flight time a measly 26 minutes. Journey 88 nautical miles. It's the Visa, 16-year-old airplane, first flight October 2008. Wind seems to be getting a little bit more gusty here, as far as I can tell, just by standing here in the field. Let's turn the camera towards the north, so that we can see what is coming in next. And let me also do an update on status quo. Let's have a look. So, last METAR we had 20 knots of wind and gusts up to 31 knots. A refresh says that this is still the old METAR. Screw you, METAR. Meanwhile, Emirates is coming. ETA 1233. Two Queens are coming. ETA 1256 and 125. Now, passing the Orange Pride to Zanzibar is KLM Cargolux, Italia. Now, once again, ETA 156. Orange Pride is outbound to Zanzibar. Now, the new METAR should be out any moment. Let's do another refresh, and it still says here 11:25. So let's come back in a couple of minutes. Unless there is no more traffic. Yeah, the first airplane turning in is turning in right now. Can we see it already, I wonder? I think this is it. Hey, bon dia, goedemorgen. Alles goed? Niet weggewaaid? Heerlijk, heerlijk. Ja hoor, nee, ik ben blij dat het lekker droog is. Mooi dagje. Fijne dag, tot de volgende. There's always this guy who is walking by, walking his dogs, originally from Portugal, which is also why I say bon dia to him. He always has his camera with him to shoot any aircraft that are worthwhile photographing. Walking his dog here very regularly. Barry has to go. Shopping and chores, so also very important. Thanks for joining, Barry. Hope to see you again in the next one. Now, glide slope formation in progress. With the 737 in the foreground, Sun Express arriving from Izmir, Turkey. The number 2 is an Embraer 190 arriving from Stuttgart. And the number 3 is the 777-300 that we already saw before on the downwind leg. Let me have a look and see if the meter has updated yet, and the answer is no, it hasn't. So we're still waiting for that to happen. New meter with new weather reports. For the time being, still waiting on that. The weather reports always get published twice an hour, 5 minutes to the hour and 25 minutes past the hour. It usually takes a couple of minutes before the meter is actually published on the websites that you can find it on. Nice linear 3 airplane glide slope shot, and a 4th airplane should be turning in. That would be Air France flight 1500, which I think is over there. And that's an A319. Not a baby bus, but it's bigger sibling. Now coming in first is Sun Express flight 944, arriving from Izmir, Turkey. 737-800, 3 hours and 34 minutes on the way. The airplane is 14 years old. Its first flight was in April 2010. SNN. Hadi Annelies and Hans, thank you for your kind words. Happy Sunday to you too. And James says, great triple shot there. Looks to be amazing, but cold weather out there. It actually isn't that cold, mate. It's 14 degrees Celsius right now. So that's a tad under 60 F if you're used to Fahrenheit. Not exactly very cold. I am still wearing my gloves, but that is because my hands get cold really quickly. We have an Embraer 190 coming in next from Stuttgart. Let me have a quick look. I'm curious to see what the wind is doing, so I'm checking if the meter is renewed, and the answer is yes. So let me also take you through it. Wind is now 23 knots, no more gusts are reported. Where we had 20 knots and gusts up to 30 just now, the wind has shown a little bit of directionality, but still centering around, wind blowing from the south. So runway heading means headwind for the airplane's landing, not a lot of difficulties. Still CAF, still 14 degrees C. No changes expected in the upcoming weather, in the upcoming 2 hours. I'll paste that into the ticker after the landing of the Embraer 190. Andy Q also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. KLM flight 1826, German Airways, arriving from Stuttgart. Dossie. Now Evan also has to sort his recyclables, so playing music on the headphones. No worries, mate, no worries. What are you listening to, I'm wondering? 777 coming in. Let me quickly paste the meter in the ticker, the latest. Andy Q also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Happy Sunday to you and to all others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy and we are standing at the Polderbaan with a bit of headwind. Storm Bert is not so much passing over the Netherlands, but it's passing over the British Isles. It's definitely causing an increase in wind speeds over here in the Netherlands. Butter indeed, Brandon. Jimmy Pirate also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. KLM South, Air Baguette, Air France, whatever you would like to call it. It is coming in with an A319. Coming in from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Now also a very big thank you to Marissa and the congratulations. Marissa belonging to the club of 19-month members, an elite group that is growing by the day. 19 months and still going strong, she writes. Marissa, thank you so much for your support. 19 months and I'm so grateful to have you on as a moderator and as a member for such a long time. I hope you still like being both. Let me know if one of the two isn't to your liking anymore and let me see what I can do to help you like it again. I'm happy that you're here, always am. Thank you for your support and yeah, upwards and onwards. This is Air France Flight 1500 A319 arriving from Paris. To me it feels like the wind is getting more gusty, even though they're no longer reported in the METAR. Sounds like somebody is setting off some fireworks. I'm not able to see the birth control vehicle. I think I have it. Culprit. Yeah, there you go. Nice demonstration of physics. The difference between the speed of light and sound. Also a massive big thank you to Scott, who just now gifted the membership. And I see that AZE was gifted the membership. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, AZE. And Scott, thank you so much for your generosity. A new member courtesy of you. Hope that AZE will like the membership and won't forget to say thank you to you for it. Thank you so much and welcome. Let's quickly turn back. We have an Umbrella 190 coming in from Hamburg. Ooh, hamburgers. Another airplane behind it. That is another narrow body. KLM Flight 1754. Umbrella 190. This is the traitor airplane. Well, the airplane itself cannot help it, but German Airways betrayed us with this airplane. This used to be Chucky. It's the DAPRI. And we used to have a dedicated emoji for it. Well, now it has become ITA. There you go. It used to be Chucky. Now it's just regular German Airways. Schade. We used to have bars of chocolate over there. And bonbons over there. And cake over there. I can still see them and smell them if I close my eyes. In my mind's eye, and they're still there. It used to be so fun. Now no longer. Indeed, Joe. Indeed, ITA Airways now, Paul. Chucky has become blue. TAP Air Portugal coming in as number 2, being preceded by KLM arriving from Birmingham. Third airplane that we see turn in is a Transavia arriving from Ljubljana in Slovenia. Also a massive big thank you to James, who just now became our latest Aurora Skylines member. Once again choosing AMS Live. Thank you so much for your support, James. We kept your seat warm in the lounge. Welcome back and thank you so much. Adi Martin, morgen. PHBGC. 16-year-old airplane, first flight May 2008. Tapper Portugal coming in next, A320neo. And if you look, the sun is illuminating the sugar factory buildings in a village called Halfweg, Midway, Amsterdam over there and Haarlem over there. Used to be a sugar refinery, now no longer, but they are using it to hold congresses and whatnot. And you can, it's a meeting location. If you want to book a meeting on a location, a third party site, that could be it. Tapper Portugal coming in first. Two more airplanes behind it are Transavia arriving from Ljubljana and BA arriving from London Heathrow. 737 and A320 respectively. Top Air Portugal is an A320neo. Flight 668 arriving from Lisbon. 2 hours and 17 minutes on the way. 3-year-old airplane. First flight May 2021. Picture wise, this is what it currently looks like, looking to the south, looking to the west, looking to the east, and looking back to the north. Next coming in is Transavia, flight 6820, arriving from Ljubljana in Slovenia. 1 hour and 38 minutes on the way. PHHZG Hazug, 24 years old, first flight February 2000. I'm thinking it is now noon. The A380 should probably be in Dutch airspace already. I'm also noticing a little bit of vibrations every now and then because of the wind. Let me see if enabling image stabilizer will mitigate that a little bit. Combined with everything on the tripod on the heaviest drag setting, thus far has created rather stable footage. Transavia coming in from Ljubljana, and after that we are going to see BA arriving from London Heathrow, A320. And we did already see Corendon. It was the Corendon A350 that came in pretty early in the stream already. We haven't seen any Corendon Maxes as far as I can recall, if I recall correctly. Howdy Christopher, good afternoon. Welcome everybody who has joined us in the meantime. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. We are standing at the Polderbaan, where we have a little bit of wind courtesy of Storm Bert. The storm itself isn't passing over the Netherlands, but it is increasing the wind speeds over here. Emirates A380 is expected in 15 or so minutes from now. We are also expecting two 747s arriving from Miami, expected between 1 and 1:30, landing on Polderbaan. Plus, there's also a 747 on the way from Nairobi, Kenya, which, if we are lucky, might land after 2 o'clock. If that is going to happen, we are going to see it land here at Polderbaan. Meanwhile, BA coming in from London Heathrow. Flight 450. And she is rather old. You could already see the smoke emanating from the exhausts when they were spooling up. This airplane is 23 years old. Did not see it yet on flight radar, but I could see by the smoke emanating from the engines that this is an older model. Still, it landed safely and in one go. Another butt shot in the making. One of the many that we have seen so far already. The trash airplane is coming in next. That is the 737-800 from Transavia, coming in from Barcelona, flight 5132. Wind according to the METAR 23 knots. Earlier METARs were also indicating gusts, and those were typically up to 30 knots. Doesn't feel like the gusts all of a sudden have gone. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke looks like this. And we're going to see two consecutive 737s next. Transavia coming in from Barcelona. And it was KLM after that coming in from Rome. HSM, 9-year-old airplane. First flight April 2015. Next up, KLM flight 1602, arriving from Rome. Also a massive big thank you to Alvin. 18 months, 1.5 years, a member already, and he writes, "How time flies, still love this stream." Mate, thank you so much for your support. Always a pleasure to have you in the stream. Thank you so much for all the support as not only a member but also as a moderator. I hope you still like doing both. Hit me up if either of the two starts to bore you. Alvin, thank you so much for your support, mate. Here's to many more months to come. Now, to me it feels like the wind has become a bit more gusty, even though the METAR said it was just 23 knots. I'm thinking... wagging its tail. It's definitely a bit more gusty in my opinion. So we already saw the PHBCK, the back, and now we have the Bach. Hey there, Davey. Good morning. Or good afternoon, I should say, perhaps. Control coming in. Let's have a look. Looks like lufty. Yeah. The wind makes the following a bit more difficult on a day like today. A380 is coming indeed. Dave, you already saw it. KLM flight 1850 arriving from Munich in the foreground, and we have Shamrock flight 604 arriving from Dublin, Ireland behind it, and that is one of the two Irish rugby team special liveries. Coming in, number 2. The Embraer 190 coming in from Munich is from German Airways, 1 hour and 11 minutes on the way. That's the DASFA. DAZFA. Huh. Was looking behind me for a minute. I thought I could hear something big taking off. Couldn't see anything, so I'm not sure what it was that I was hearing. Irish rugby team special livery coming next, arriving from Dublin, Ireland, Shamrock flight 604. Now let's see, for the time being it is Embraers. After the A320. Fidel Castro is also there, hovering, looking for Pinky and the Brain. Gee Brian, what do you want to do tonight? Same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world. Anyway, over here, Shamrock flight 604 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. The airplane is an hour underway. It's the EIDEI. 19-year-old airplane, first flight January 2005. Looks like it is wearing a mask. Rugby lads. Narf indeed. Onkt. Narf. Shirley, thank you so much for your super chat. The reference to Pinky and the Brain. Another one catching on it. Thank you so much for the super chat there, Shirley. Pinky and the Brain, one's a genius, the other's insane. Laboratory mice, their genes have been spliced. Pinky and the Brain. Hey there Falco, good afternoon. Ali has connection again, just in time. We should see the Emirates A380 pretty soon. I'm wondering if I'm able to see it already visually. Flying just east of Purmerend, and Purmerend was the scale of chimney smoke. My god, I have it already. Scale of chimney smoke over there, and there is your A380. Hard to see, looks pixelated AF, but it is there. Emirates flight 147, already visible. If you know where you need to look, visibility quite good over here, as you guys can see. Still due in several minutes from now, and in the meantime let us enjoy the airplanes that are preceding it. And he says I'm the love child of Pinky and the Brain. Well, both being genius and insane does apply to me as somewhat, so definitely the insane part. Insane in the brain. Ali Martin, goedemiddag. And welcome all others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We are standing at the Polderbaan. We have wind blowing from the south to north. Polderbaan, the only runway being used for arrivals. It is actually semi-sunny. Yours truly is able to throw a wave to you guys. Hey! That was Sally the Seagull. Or was that Steven? Steven Seagull. Over there, saying hi to all the viewers. Now, why is K1 all of a sudden stopping on the runway? It was picking up something. Not sure what it was. Guess we missed that just now. It looked like the chap was picking up something. Just in time. Meanwhile, the Emirates A380, quite easily visible on the horizon, is coming. Third airplane to arrive, being preceded by a 777-300 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, KLM flight 622, and preceded by it is an Embraer 190. Preceding it, I should say. He picked up a landing gear, Frank says. Yeah. Triple once again showing a little bit of crabbing. Andy, thank you so much, mate. Andy just now gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much for your generosity. Nobody asked for it, you did it anyway. I hope that the new members will enjoy their memberships and will thank you for it. Andy, thank you for your generosity. Welcome new members. Quick sip of vodka before the A380 comes in. Now number 3. Coming in first is KLM flight 1020, arriving from Leeds. That's an Embraer 190, Britty Hopper, Eastern Airways, 45 minutes on the way. Embraer 190 long range, 15 years old, first flight somewhere in 2009, month not specified on flight radar. And Jay, if you will be on a right-hand seat, because the prevailing wind over here is from the south-southwest, so most of the time this runway will be used for arrivals. If you are coming in from Atlanta, then... Hey! Goeiedag man. Hey, dankjewel man. Fijne dag. Hey, dank je. Guy stepped up to me with his phone, with the stream on. Quick handshake and fijne dag. Family outing with the wife and the kid. Now Jay, most of the time you'll be landing on Polderbaan if you're coming in from Atlanta. So most of the time if you have a right hand seat next to a window you should be good. Right. The guy and his family who just now shook my hand quickly before continuing their walk. What a beautiful sight to behold. We have a 777 and I thought I said 300 before, but it is a 200. Apologies for that. It is a 200 ER arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. KLM flight 622. Now the consequence of being the airplane that arrives before the A380 is you will get little to no screen time. If it would have been a narrow body, I would have forgotten its landing. It is a 777, so I am going to catch the landing, but only briefly. And then it is back to the A380. 7 hours and 41 minutes, the flight time of this 777. 21 years old, first flight September 2003. That is good news, Jay. Right hand window seat. It is your best bet over here at Schiphol. Right, Schiphol has landed, back to the business at hand. Emirates flight 147, arriving from Dubai. A380-800, 6 hours and 48 minutes on the way. A6EEZ is its registration. This particular airplane is 10 years old. Its first flight was in March 2014. Now if you joined us just now to watch the A380 land, stick around if you don't have to be anywhere. We still have a couple of 747s coming in an hour from now. 2 of which will be landing on the Polderbaan, the runway we are standing next to. Atlas Air and Cargolux both arriving from Miami, expected around 1 and 1:30 p.m. Half an hour later, another one is coming in from Nairobi. Not sure what its ETA is. Last time we checked, it was back to 1:56. If it gets delayed a few more minutes, it might actually come to Polderbaan as well. For now, it is the A380 coming in. People are gathering around to watch the phenomenon that is the A380 land here on the Polderbaan. It's a windy day. Storm Bert is not so much passing over the Netherlands, but it's definitely causing an increase in wind speed. Latest METAR said wind speed 23 knots. Earlier METARs were also indicating gusts up to 30 knots, and I have no reason to believe that the gusts have gone. Oh, bang bang, correct. Mercer says it keeps changing between 156 and 58. We'll see. Just in time, Yewe Slijm. Now stick around if you want to see 747s too. Two are coming between 1 and 1:30, arriving from Miami. Beautiful landing, and indeed, Michael, especially considering the correction that it did a bit higher up. Bom dia, Marinha, and welcome all others. Now, if you also want to see 747s come in to this runway, stick around. If you don't have to be anywhere, we have 747s coming in half an hour and an hour from now, and in 1.5 hours another one. The first two 747s coming in, arriving from Miami, will land on this runway. The third one, we don't know for sure yet, but I'm sticking around until they have all landed at least. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Meanwhile, flying apartment building with wings, safely landed here at Schiphol Airport. Definitely some treacherous winds, a bit higher up. Pilot flying needed to correct for it. And the livery beautifully glistening in the sunshine. Also a massive big thank you to Jan, who is celebrating 4 months of membership. Jan Jansen, who says once again, thanks for all the beautiful streams. Mate, thank you so much for your continued support. Glad to hear that you're enjoying the streams, and I hope that everybody is. If you are enjoying the streams and you haven't already, consider giving it a like. It really helps to promote this content to more people like yourselves who are also into aviation streams such as these, but who haven't come across the channel yet. Hey there, the Show Truck channel, who says in Dutch, first time I'm watching this live stream, looking good. Thank you for your kind words, mate. Thank you for your kind words. And welcome. Welcome to everybody who is new to the channel. Feel free to say hi, it's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching, they're all friendly. No such thing as a stupid question. Now, there are 2 more 747s coming to the Polderbaan in an hour and half an hour respectively, as the A380 is taxiing towards the main platform area. Let's have a quick look. There's also another meter out. The last meter was giving us 23 knots of wind, and now we have an increase in wind speed, 24 knots with gusts up to 35 knots. 10 plus kilometers of visibility, KVK still, 15 degrees C, that is roughly 60 F. So the wind speed is picking up, and we also have more gusts. The A380 landed already. Atlas is coming in, expected 103. Cargolux is coming in, expected 118, and Cargolux arriving from Nairobi is expected 158. Will be interesting to see if this airplane is also going to land on the Polderbaan, the runway we are standing next to. The 2 arriving from the west certainly will. Let me paste the meter into the ticker for you guys. So the wind speed picking up again, and once again gusts are being reported in the meter. Here we go. And Transavia from Naples, the first airplane assigned to a reopening centered runway. We already can see that happening. From 1 till 2, 2 runways will be open for arrivals. Center being the secondary runway. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke, a lot of horizontality as you guys can see. Good day to be generating wind energy. Transavia coming in from Valencia, the next airplane coming in here, flight 6336. 1 hour and 56 minutes it was journeying to get here. 802 nautical miles, the PHHSW. Airplane 15 years old. First flight was somewhere in 2009 in April. Dirkie, goedemiddag. Beter late than never. Morning. And Harjeet also forgot to say hi, I think. Stove. Looking up to see if I'm spotting anything in contrails surrounding me. Nothing to see in the immediate vicinity, so let's focus on what we can see best. And that is the glide slope for the Polderbaan. Next airplane coming in, Air France arriving from Paris, A320, flight 1640. Two airplanes visible behind it. That is a 737 that is flying for Turkish, I think, or is that Anadolu jet? I always am uncertain. Lufti coming in after that from Munich, A320. Ooh, last minute crabbing. That's interesting to see. It does look like the pilots are having to work a bit harder to land the airplane on the ground safely. A bit more variability in the wind speed and direction, it seems like. Anadolu jet coming in next, a jet. Clicking on the label shows me quite clearly it is Anadolu jet that is coming in next, arriving from Istanbul. 737-800. 3 hours and 25 minutes on the way. The airplane 24 years old, first flight April 2000. Air Baguette is what we saw just now. Actually remembered that I also had the thermos with coffee with me. Third airplane also already visible further down, or further up I should say. That is KLM flight 1800 arriving from Düsseldorf. Kuwait Airways is also coming in, A320neo, now turning in. Ooh, that was losing altitude quite rapidly those last couple of meters. And Alvin, Alvin is being paranoid. Have you had some space cake or something? Sure, coffee quote unquote, he says. Now mate, it actually is. It actually is. Turkish suspension test, indeed, Frank. Hey there, Rio. Good to see you, mate. Some Dutch guy, goedemiddag. Welcome one and all. Now, if you joined us just now, you might have missed the landing of the A380 already, but we are still due to see two 747s coming into the Polderbaan in the upcoming hour, and the third one is coming in an hour and 14-15 minutes, maybe a bit later. The wind is blowing from the south, as it has been blowing all throughout the stream. Wind has increased a little bit, now 24 knots reported in the latest METAR, with gusts up to the mid-30s. Indeed, Rio, this is the Polderbaan. Mark says to Alvin, I would guess that would be Irish coffee. What do you guys think of me? I'm always well behaved and never drink while working. How dare you guys suggest that I might be a closet alcoholic? Where did you guys ever get the idea from? Lufty? Oh dear, it's unsubstantiated allegations Sunday. Right, well, I guess you guys can have a go at it. Indeed, Frank, everyday drunk is a regular life too. And indeed, Kuni, no alcohol needed to act drunk. Does make it a bit easier to do so, but it's definitely by no means necessary. Now, the second SkyTeam entrant of today, of KLM at least, is coming in next. KLM flight 1800. It's the Embraer 190. Now the PHBVD will be spray painted back to the standard livery pretty soon. Whether or not that's also going to happen to the 737-900 and the Embraer 190, I don't know. Wouldn't be surprised if it were the end of an era. This Embraer 190 coming in from JD's hometown of Düsseldorf. It did have a nose job recently, you can see. Or it is just sunscreen, that could also be the case. Little butt shot. Now it is time for Kuwait Airways, arriving from Kuwait City. A320neo, flight 127. And another airplane at its 10 o'clock behind it. KLM flight 1944, arriving from Basel. And yes, the BVD, Marissa. I know it's your favorite. It was pilot Sander who sent me, who forwarded me an article earlier last week that mentioned it. And apparently you can see damages more difficultly on the livery than on the standard livery. Apparently that is the reason. Ed says, I went to Rotterdam and learned to be careful of Dutch invitation for a drink. I had a B-52, boy oh boy. That sounds like a gnarly cocktail. Oh. Well, that's the exact opposite of what happened to that other airplane. It lost a lot of this altitude in the last couple of meters, and this one floated gently towards the ground. Very beautifully done. Right, for the time being it is back to the Embraers, rare Embraers. We're also having a look to see, I see a contra remnant, just a little bit of it, where the airplane itself had gone. I'm not seeing it, so I guess I'll never know for sure. Remnant looks like it was belonging to a big airplane, so I wondered if I might be able to see it. And Marissa is informing us that the Queen is now fourth for arrival. The first of two 747s coming in from Miami to the Polderbaan. If I recall correctly, it was the Atlas Air 747-8. First up, KLM flight 1944, arriving from Basel. Embraer 190. 1 hour and 2 minutes on the way. 8 years old, first flight December 2015. Now, landing similar to the Kuwait A320 Neo. Very gently. Just after the first couple of meters that it had touched down, I was wondering for a brief moment, don't tell me it is Captain Wheelie. Don't tell me it is Captain Wheelie. Hey Davey, thank you for your kind words. Davey says in Dutch, I think you guys have the best live stream going on right now. Big words, not sure that it's true, but I'm happy to hear that you are enjoying it. Bird control K1 coming this way, it is the VW. It's the only VW in the fleet. There's also 3 Ford Ranger Raptors. That's K2, 3 and 4. And Her Majesty the Queen in now what looks like a triangular glide slope shot. Her Majesty the Queen coming in. Atlas Air 747-8 arriving from Miami, Florida. Being preceded by Transavia and first of all KLM. The Embraer 175 is first to arrive from Frankfurt, KLM flight 1818. The number 2 is Transavia flight 6144 arriving from Alicante. Third airplane coming in. The first queen of the show. Another 747 is coming in from Miami, Florida, and that is expected in half an hour or so from now. Cargolux. Now, what is the ETA of the Cargolux that is coming in from Nairobi? It was just before 1 o'clock, before 2 o'clock all the time. Will it have gained some additional delay? Will its ETA now be just after 2 o'clock? I'm so used to saying 1 o'clock. Right, Embraer 175. Alrighty, 747 is coming in, being preceded by Transavia. The fate of airplanes preceding 747s and A380s is that they don't get a lot of screen time, and this narrow body I am not going to continue following. Hey there Gary in Amsterdam, goedemiddag, just in time. Atlas Air, the first of 2 747s expected in the next half hour from Miami. Expected to land on the Polderbaan, both of them. The third airplane is coming in. Might be landing on the Polderbaan too. If not, then it is going to land on center. Expected in an hour from now, arriving from Miami. In half an hour from now, the second Cargolux 747 arriving from Miami coming in. This is the first. It is Atlas Air, flight 5421. It's a 747-8. Flight time 7 hours and 42 minutes. The airplane is 12 years old. First flight was in July 2012. And again, you can see a little bit of crabbing going on, not very substantial. But all throughout the stream, it looked like the airplanes higher up were faced with a bit more crosswind than on ground level. Let's also bring the ground in the picture for a bit of reference. And you're welcome, Tim, who was on that 5 hours delayed flight from Stuttgart. We had an engine fault message after pushback, so we had to return to the gate. Well, at least You guys got the fault message well in time, but it's always disappointing, to say it mildly, to get delayed. Atlas Air coming in. Let's bring her in a bit closer. This is the top end of optical zoom. We can enlarge it a little bit without blowing up the pixels too much. Let's look and listen. 747-8s, they can get gnarly loud. The A380 certainly did already get loud, so fingers crossed that the 747-8 will do too. Not too bad. That did not disappoint. Spoilers already down. Is it also going to retract the flaps right away? Sure looks like it. Now folks, if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. We're going to see another 747 coming in half an hour or so from now. Also coming in from Miami, Florida. There's another 747 coming in from Nairobi, Kenya. Hopefully we'll be able to see that too. Let's have a quick look and see what is cooking. So there is another 747 coming in. It is flying over the North Sea and is expected in 20 minutes from now. There's also a 747 coming in from Nairobi, Kenya, still expected 2 minutes to 2. That means it may land on the center runway, which will open up pretty soon for arrivals. See that Satori's and Han are also back in the chat. Good to see you guys. Hope all is well. Marcoon says, beautiful, was well worth waiting for. Absolutely, I agree. I'm also hoping that the next 747 in 20 minutes from now will also be very loud. New METAR will also have been released a couple of minutes ago. Now we already saw it takes 5 to 10 minutes before the websites publishing them have updated. So in a couple of minutes from now I'll have a look and see what the wind is doing. Last METAR the wind was increased, the wind speed increased to 24 knots and the gusts were back in the METAR up to 35 knots. The wind speed increasing, in other words, where it has been around 20 knots with gusts up to 30 thus far. Cargolux coming in twice in 20 minutes. Another one from Miami landing on the Polderbaan. And in just under an hour, one coming in from Nairobi, Kenya, which hopefully will gain a few more minutes of delay so that it might also land on the Polderbaan. Blue pills in the air over here. Parallel arrivals have begun. Saudi are coming in from Jeddah, the first airplane coming into the center runway. Beautiful Dreamliner, flight 215, Coming to the Polderbahn is number 195, E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Milan. So this is Saudia flight 215 arriving from Jeddah, a 7879 Dreamliner. 6 hours and 8 minutes on the way. HZARD, 8 years old, first flight April 2016. Let's have a quick look and see what is flying in the sky. Where did I see it? No, it's a bit lower. There it is. That is another twin jet. Not sure if it is a wide body or a narrow body. Looks to have a little bit of white blue on the tail. Is that Air Europa, Papa? Surely it isn't. Not able to identify it immediately. Sure you guys can find out what it is. Flying north of me from east to west, maybe a little bit from southeast to northwest. Andy says every time I see a 747 land I'm 14 years old again. Frank says every time I see a glass of beer I'm 21 again. You guys crack me up. Discovering Airlines A350 from Frankfurt to Las Vegas. Buddy of mine was in Las Vegas for the last couple of days and he is now on his way to San Jose. Beautiful sunny weather in that part of the world. But also over here, remarkably, even though we have a lot of wind, this E2 Embraer landed without applying the reversers at all, and no reverser landing. Parallel arrivals have begun and are going to continue for an hour or so until roughly 2 o'clock. After which Polderbahn will once again become the only runway for arrivals. This is KLM flight 1354 coming in from Prague in the Czech Republic. 737-800, 1 hour and 13 minutes on the way. 17-year-old airplane, first flight February 2007. Let's have a quick look. No, Scott, his name is not Max Verstappen. No. Now that buddy of mine also not a Formula 1 fan, so I only realized that Formula 1 was going on there until I heard it on the news this morning, I think it was. Well, not a Formula 1 fan, not following it, I should say. Transavia coming in the foreground from Palma de Mallorca. Behind it is a 737-900 coming in from Madrid, and after that should be another airplane coming in from Barcelona. It's the Spanish invasion. Peter has to leave and says thanks for streaming again. Thank you for joining, Peter. Enjoy the rest of your day. Now we are going to stick around. 747s are still expected. Gotta catch them all. Transavia flight 5630 coming in from Palma de Mallorca up first. 737-800. 2 hours and a minute underway. 25 years old. First flight May 1999. You might have heard some fireworks being set off. That is courtesy of K1, the bird control. Another airplane coming in next. Also, a massive big thank you to Wolfgang, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Totally unnecessary, but he did it anyway. Wolfgang, thank you so much. I hope that everybody who received a membership from you just now will thank you for it. And please enjoy the membership. Custom emojis now at your disposal for a month. Enjoy them while you can. If you enjoy the custom emojis, consider renewing your membership if it expires. Wolfgang, thank you so much for your support, mate. Totally unnecessary, but still very much appreciated. Markoen also signing off. He says thanks for the stream again and see you next time. Thank you for joining, Markoen. Coming in next, KLM flight 1502, arriving from Madrid. 1 hour 49 minutes on the way. PHBXS. 23-year-old airplane, first flight October 2001. It is 10 minutes past the hour. Which means that the new meter is out. Let's have a quick look. See what it looks like. So the last meter was telling 24 knots of wind with gusts up to 35. A refresh will give us more or less the same, 21 knots of wind, gusts up to 31. The direction is still the same, still cavalcade, still 15C. Not much has changed. 15C, for those of you who are used to Fahrenheit, equates roughly 60F. Cargolux is already approaching the Polderbaan. It's ETA now 126 and the Cargolux arriving from Nairobi, still expected 156 shortly before 2 o'clock. There we go. Alrighty. Coming in next, KLM flight 1512, arriving from Barcelona. 737-800, 1 hour and 44 minutes on the way. It's the PHBCL. It is 4 years old. Its first flight was in December 2019. Parallel to its center, we have an Embraer 190 arriving from Billund, KLM flight 1294. Next coming into Polderbaan is a Ryanair 737 coming in, from Dublin. Qatar 777-300 arriving from Doha is flying parallel to it to the center runway. Ryanair flight 420 coming in from Dublin, Ireland, 737-800, 1 hour and 8 minutes on the way. The airplane is 19 years old, first flight January 2005. The airplane behind it is coming in from Lion, KLM flight 1432. Third airplane also already visible, and that would be Sky Express. Yeah, Sky Express coming in from Athens. Right. Here we have a 777-300 coming in, going to the wrong runway, unfortunately for us. All the heavy hitters coming in from the east seem to have been going to the center runway today. That's unfortunate for us, but we still are able to see it quite well from over here. Hopefully the 747 arrival from Nairobi will go to the Polderbaan. Its ETA constantly has been a couple of minutes to the hour, so it doesn't bode very well, but you never know what additional delay it might incur in the last part of its journey. Hey there, Stuart, who has just tuned in on his wife's account. Was that you before in the chat as well, or was that Cynthia then? And Erik is asking about the uitsparing. Is that the thing you mean over there? That is for Wi-Fi amongst others. Now, only one airplane coming in for the time being to the center runway. That is an Embraer 190 arriving from Stuttgart. In the meantime, over here. Okay, yeah, Eric, that is for Wi-Fi amongst others. I thought somebody also mentioned there are other things that are also based in it, but Wi-Fi is one of them. Okay. Right, so Stuart back again on his wife's account. Beautiful 3 airplane glide slope shot with Sky Express arriving from Athens in the foreground, an A320neo, followed by a Vueling A320 arriving from Barcelona, and another Vueling coming in from Alicante behind it. A 4th airplane is already on the glide slope. Can we see it already? I wonder. And the answer is yes. At the 7 o'clock of the number 3, there it is. 4 airplane glide slope shot. 4th airplane is an Embraer 190 arriving from Turin. Oh! 1 is already aborting, and number 2 is probably too close to number 1. So there you go. That all of a sudden cleared enough room for numbers 1 and 3. I think it was a separation issue. I think they were approaching the Sky Express too rapidly. Sky Express A320neo arriving from Athens. 3 hours 29 minutes the journey. Normally speaking, it would have been around 3 hours. First flight October 2020, making this airplane 4 years old. Right. Welling said, screw you guys, I'm going home. Now at Schiphol there's always a lot to see. We already saw a lot before and we see a lot again. Lot arriving from Warsaw, Embraer 190. More Vueling coming in. Vueling flight 1377 arriving from Alicante. And it's Vueling flight 8304 that aborted and is going around. That is from Barcelona. Now Andy, thank you so much for your beautiful words. Thank you so much, mate. Yeah, I don't know why that is. The YouTube algorithm works in mysterious ways. Hey, while we're waiting, let's also have a look at an airplane that is flying just south of me. Twin jet. But it is awfully close. Wizz Air? I think it is Wizz Air. I think that was Wizz Air. This is Vueling flight 1377 arriving from Alicante. A320. 2 hours and a minute on the way, 10 minutes on the way. 13-year-old airplane. First flight February 2011. Squeakiness on the brakes. Aer Lingus from Vienna to Dublin. What? Here I was thinking it was Wizz Air because I thought I spotted some. What was it? Purplish or something? And Stuart, the place is written as Utrecht, Utrecht. And the Van Gogh Museum definitely is very recommended if you're ever in the vicinity. Museum Square not only has the Van Gogh Museum, but also the Rijksmuseum and the Stedelijk if you're into modern art. Last sips of lukewarm coffee. Now I'm only left with vodka, which I might need. At a later stage. Now our second queen cannot be far away. Where is she? 112 Waterweg is already informing us that the Vueling that just aborted and went around is now flying behind it. So let's have a look Zooming out on flight radar, I am seeing that the 747 is about to turn in. Little butt shot. The Queen is now going to be number 4 for arrival. Meanwhile, wind is still blowing. Windsock is still munching on blue pills. And you can see it there in the water as well. You're not hearing it, hopefully, very severely because of this unit, the blimp, which really helps to mitigate wind rumble. Embraer 175 arriving from Aberdeen is next to appear to land. Next to appear, I was about to say. That is already visible. Question is, can we see number 4 already? Answer is yes. Low above the horizon. Yay low. J low. But there you go. This is KLM flight 914 arriving from Aberdeen, Scotland. 1 hour and 17 minutes it has journeyed to get here. Jindrosik always likes the tourists asking for the Van Gogh Museum. And you'll give them the proper directions, right? Because you're not a dick. Right, 2 airplanes preceding the 747 are KLM flight 956. In the foreground, arrived from Newcastle, that's an Embraer 190. The airplane behind it is a 737-800 arriving from Chester, KLM flight 1032. Her Majesty the Queen rising above the horizon. It's climbing out. And Jendrasek makes sure they have a happy ending. You're always giving. Such a gentle soul. Now if you take offense from banter like this is not your channel. Oh man. Andy. If I got €1 for each time I heard that joke before. Well, tell you something. Here on the Dutch TV you also had a program from 3 siblings. One is pretty familiar and the other 2 weren't, but they're all historians. Maarten van Rossum, and he has a brother and a sister, and his sister was called Sis. Unfortunately she passed away, I think last year or so, so the program no longer continues in the old format, but that was actually a woman called Sis. Not sure if it was an abbreviation of sister, but anyway. So we have KLM flight 1032 arriving from Chester coming in. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The fate of airplanes that are preceding 747s or A380s is that they hardly get any or no attention in the streams. I'm going to leave them And continue focusing on Cargolux that is now coming in. It is number 9 on flight radar, tracked by 620 people. It is arriving from Miami, Florida. 7 hours and 46 minutes underway. 17 years old, first flight December 2006. Ah, okay, it was a nickname. Okay, so there you go. Nobody is called that in the Netherlands. Did not know that, Peter. Boss says, when I introduce myself, I get the question where Adrian is. Yeah. Bossy and Adrian. And Hank, thank you so much for your kind words, mate. Cargolux coming in from Miami, Florida. 17 years old, first flight December 2006. 7 hours and 47 minutes underway right now. Check out flight radar. Flight time 747. Lane is tuning out after the Queen has landed, and already thanks for the pretty footage. You're welcome. Thank you for joining, Lane. Always a pleasure. Hope to see you again in the next one. Now I am going to stick around at least until the next Cargolux that is arriving from Nairobi has landed. Chances are it's going to land on the central runway, but on the off chance that it's getting busy and might land on the runway we are standing next to, I'm going to stick around for it. Indeed, Frank, Lando Norris always gets the question, where's Chuck? Now we also had some infamous Norrises in our chat as well. And the Vueling that went around is already showing itself behind the 747. Arriving from Barcelona, second attempt at landing. Probably went around because it came too close to the Sky Express preceding it. Now whether they were going too fast or Sky Express was going too slow, I don't know. Maybe it was a different reason altogether. And Marissa says, I always want to ask at Jan Jansen where the kids are. That's a reference to a comic book known in the Netherlands. Jan Jansen en de Kinderen is its name. Where the guy is called Jan and the mother is called Jans. And then there are the children. Let me use my words carefully. Holy moly, that was loud. That rumble I felt in my belly. This was so much louder than the 747-8 and the A380 preceding it. By far the loudest landing to date in the show. Also a massive big thank you to Evan for your super sticker. Smiling face with hard eyes, absolutely. This was such a loud landing. I hope that the mic conveyed its loudness to you guys. That was intense, beautiful. Also, beautiful is Arjan's generosity just now, gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much for that, Arjan. I hope that everybody who received a membership just now will thank you for it and will enjoy the custom emojis that they now have at their disposal for a month. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Arjan. Mate, thank you so much for that generosity. Now there's another Cargolux 747 coming in from Nairobi, Kenya. Thus far, its ETA has been a few minutes to the hour. Let's have a quick look. 1:56 is still, and is that still Now it's become 2 p.m. I thought I would refresh and there you go. That is interesting. Maybe, just maybe, we might get to see it. Now also Tijmen. Thank you so much for choosing AMS Live, our latest member. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. I hope you will like your stay in the lounge. Tijmen, thank you so much for choosing AMS Live. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, mate. The Vueling in the meantime landed safely. Second attempt at landing, arriving from Barcelona. Went around initially. So now we have a 747 coming in around 2 o'clock. That would be nice. It would be nice if it were to land on Polderbaan. I'm definitely going to stick around for it. Air France up. Meanwhile going to the center runway. Henk also has to go for some food shopping in a minute. En Arjan de Jonge, goedemiddag. Welcome one and all. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy and we are standing at the Polderbaan. One of 2 runways now in use for arrivals. 2 747s and the A380 already landed, and we're expecting another another A380 later tonight, but another 747 in the upcoming half an hour or so, arriving from Nairobi, Kenya. Now the central runway is expected to stay open until approximately 2 o'clock, so that means that the incoming 747 may or may not land on the center runway. Thus far it has consistently been gaining more delay. That is good news for us, because if it continues to do so, the only runway it can land on will be the Polderbaan. Diana, goedemiddag. Good to see ya. Hope all is well. Happy Sunday. Marissa says, get the pitchforks because ATC is sending the KLM from Lima to center. I think that means they are going to do a runway inspection pretty soon, preceding the closure of the center runway and the reopening of Polderbaan as the only runway for arrival. So yes, it is not nice that the triple is going to Lima, but to me it seems to indicate that they are maybe going to close the runway, the center runway, a bit before 2 o'clock. If that is the case, that is great news, because that means third queen to the Polderbaan. Wouldn't that be something? Frank says ATC means always the center. Here at Schiphol it certainly does seem to mean that. We have an A320 Neo that is coming in from Bristol. Flying parallel to it, we have a Dreamliner arriving from Cairo. Walking like an Egyptian. Well, flying. Oh, the triple is going to Lima, huh? Okay. I think I might have misread something then. Here we have Egypt Air Flight 757. 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Cairo. 4 hours and 30 minutes on the way. 5-year-old airplane, first flight June 2019. Mike is wondering if there's fun stuff coming in and just tuned in. Well, there is a 747 coming in from Nairobi, Kenya, which now is expected at 2 o'clock. Maybe we get to see it landing on Polderbaan. Dare I say that out loud? Who knows, I might have jinxed it by saying it out loud. KLM flight 1776 arriving from Berlin, 737-700. And And for the time being, all the incoming traffic is going to the center runway. Looking around me already, I think I have spotted the bird controller who is now doing an inspection. And I think that is good news, given the fact that it is just 1:30. Maybe it means that they are going to close the runway, the center runway that is, a bit earlier. Paul also back in the chat, good to see you, Paul. Navy Jack also back, good to see you, Navy Jack. And welcome all others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, and if you joined us just now, you already missed the approach of two 747s and an A380. A third is still coming. This is a 747 arriving from Berlin. Albert, hoe is het? Goed, goed. Mag niet klagen? Nee, het is lekker weer. Heel weer. Goed wind. Lekker niet zo koud. Ik weet nog niet hoe lang ik blijf doen. Want ik nog een 7 uur zit. Even kijken waar die naartoe gaat. Ik weet nog niet of ik naar mijn handen wil komen. Ja. Ja, als je 7 uur 7 blijft komen. Precies, precies. Is goed man. Oh, Mike died. Right, Mike died. Should be okay again. That was the DJI mic receiver that went dead. I'm charging it now. Triple 300 coming in from, no, 200 coming in from Lima in Peru, KLM flight 744. $11 hours and 20 minutes on the way. 21-year-old airplane, first flight November 2003. Mike is back, yeah, hopefully no interference. That was the mic, the wireless microphone receiver that ran empty. Now charging it on the fly. Everything should be good again. So there's a runway inspection already taking place right now. We have a 747 coming in from Nairobi that is expected around 2 o'clock. I am cautiously optimistic that the runway inspection taking place already might mean that the center runway, where all traffic inbound now is going to, will close before 2 o'clock. Hopefully making the likelihood of the 747 landing on the Polderbaan a bit higher. Leon says TK 1957 last for center, question mark. Where is that? Well, there is still the Bombardier C series coming in, Air Baltic. Wouldn't be surprised if that also was coming here, or has it already been assigned to a different runway? Michael is tuning off again, has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Michael. Hope to see you again in the next one. Hey, 747 confirmed for Polderbaan. That is good news, Dirk. So that's a third queen coming into the Polderbaan. This is KLM flight 1920 coming in from Zurich, 737-900. 112 Waterweg says that Transavia is already coming. Is that the first airplane coming to the polderbaan? Yep, it is the first airplane to the polderbaan. Let's have a look. Since we have confirmation that the 747 is coming to the polderbaan, let's also take the moment. Hey, is that JetBlue? Or is it... At first glance, I'm inclined to say it is JetBlue. That's not going to lead to a conjunction, unfortunately. What's that? Is that Norwegian? I think it is Norwegian. Now the next airplane coming in is Transavia. We have a few moments to spare and let's have a look at the METAR. There's another METAR coming in. What is it? Several minutes from now. Latest METAR says 21 knots of wind. Wind is, the variability is going a bit further to the west. So that might mean a little bit of crosswind. 21 knots of wind, 16 degrees C is the current air temperature. So that is roughly 62 F. Let me paste that in the ticker for you guys. There we go. United 787-10 from Frankfurt to Chicago and Norwegian from Stockholm to Gatwick. Those were the two airplanes. Cool. Meanwhile, more airplanes coming in. Transavia A321neo arrival from Faro is the first airplane coming in. Second airplane coming in is a KLM 737-800 arrival from Geneva. Flying parallel to it to the center runway is also Norwegian. Speaking of Norwegians. Right now the first airplane to pass us by is going to the center runway. That is a KLM Embraer 190 that is returning from Gdansk in Poland. KLM flight 1304. And there's an E2 Embraer flying parallel to the A321neo from Transavia that is coming in. There you go. Transavia A321neo arriving from Faro in the foreground. Flight 5356. 2 hours and 21 minutes on the way. The PHYHX. So that's the third rental after the PHYHZ and Y. The rentals. The first letter of the last letter of the registration indicates whether or not it is a rental or if it is one of Transavia's own. If the last letter begins at the beginning of the alphabet, then it is one of Transavia's own. If the last letter is one of the last letters of the alphabet, it is a rental. First flight of the Transavia A321neo is March 2024. And flying parallel to it to the center runway is KLM flight 1218, which is an E2 Embraer 195 that is arriving from Stockholm. Also, a third airplane has become apparent on the glide slope to the polderbaan, and that is an BA A321neo coming in from London Heathrow. Hadi Koen, this is the polderbaan indeed, absolutely. Now we started the stream with a bit of sunshine. Right now it is becoming a bit more cloudy. The sun is hiding behind some clouds right now. Here we have the E2 Embraer 195 coming in from Stockholm, KLM flight 1218. And two airplanes behind this is Turkish flight 1957, that's an A330-300. Hey there Rodney, good afternoon or morning to you. Joost Slijm is informing us that there is a 747 Lufti coming in now in the vicinity of Nijmegen. Now the sad part is that in the meantime the clouds have drifted in and it has become a bit more challenging to watch contrails, particularly to the south and the southwest. Looking to the west towards the sea, you can still see bits of blue, and also looking to the, well, northeast-ish. But the southern part of our skies right now getting a bit cloudy. Next to come in, KLM flight 1932, arriving from Geneva, 737-800, 1 hour and 9 minutes underway. PHBXN is its registration. First flight December 2000, making it 23 years old. Cargolux is above Friesland. Flevoland, sorry. Different province. Friesland wouldn't have made sense. So it is coming. The Cargolux 747 arriving from Nairobi, Kenya. Next to come in is a BA A321neo, and flying parallel to it is a Turkish A330neo. A330-300. BA A321neo coming in from London Heathrow, 43 minutes on the way. Brand new airplane, first flight December 2023, so next month it will turn 1. Embraer 175 arriving from Bilbao behind it, and Vueling arriving from Malaga behind it. That is a bit lower. Beautiful 3 airplane glide slope shot. K1 is also passing by over here. Turkish A330 arriving from Istanbul, flight 1957. Flight time 3 hours and 23 minutes. 10-year-old airplane, first flight December 2013. Probably the last airplane to center. Means that everything else, the rest is coming this way. BA leading the pack, A321neo, flight 434, 44 minutes on the way. The GTNEB, Juteneb. First flight December 2023. The airplane is brand new. Will turn 1 next month. And Clemencia, one go around, but it was an early one. Vueling aborted because it was probably getting too close to its predecessor. So it was beautiful to see how it broke off. It was a glide slope shot, and all of a sudden one of the airplanes went up and away. But other than that, no go-arounds indeed. Next up, KLM Embraer 175 arriving from Bilbao. Also KLM flight 636 coming in from Las Vegas. That's a 7879 Dreamliner. Beans and Toast Airways. Beautiful glide slope shot. Air France A320 is turning in. Third airplane on the glide slope is a Bombardier C-Series 300 from Air Baltic, arriving from PLQ Palanga, which, if I recall correctly, is in Finland. More butt shots. Ah, Lithuania. Could be. Right, Vueling flight 8365 coming in from Malaga, the first next airplane to come in. The Cargolux is also approaching. Let me zoom out a little bit, see where it is. Okay, flying over Marker Mere. Already on a path that will make it end up pretty far to the north, so I'm not sure that I'm able to film its base leg like we were able to do with the A380. Alvin needs to sign off to go to bed, work tomorrow. Mate, thank you for joining. Always a pleasure to have you in the stream. Sleep well. I hope to see you again later. Now, we're sticking around for Cargolux, arriving from Nairobi, Kenya. Flying base north of Schiphol Airport, coming this way. And we have a 4 airplane glide slope shot with airplanes up and down, nowhere near the linear glide slope shot that we are used to. I think that the lowest airplane is the number 3, or maybe that is number 4 already. No, that's definitely number 3. The 737, the 7879. Now we're starting to see a glide slope shot that is a bit more to what we're used to. Marissa says Queen should be number 6 for arrival. Let's hope she will be. First up, Air Baltic A220 Bombardier C-Series 300, arriving from Palanga. 1 hour and 55 minutes underway. Airplane 2 years old, first flight August 2022. After that we are going to see Air France, arriving from Paris. An A320. Air France flight 1740 coming in. A320 with 41 minutes of flight time under its belt. The airplane is 15 years old. Its first flight was in October 2009. KLM Dreamliner arriving from Las Vegas behind it. 7879. Mike doesn't like the shade of green that Air Baltic has in its standard livery. It is distinct, let's put it like that. Easily recognizable. Three airplanes on the glide slope. Can we see Her Majesty already? The answer is no. It is still a bit further out. We might get to see her approach in the background. Right, coming in next, KLM flight 636. Arriving from Las Vegas. 9 hours and 12 minutes on the way. 7879 Dreamliner, 9-year-old airplane, first flight October 2015. And the sun once again is beginning to shine over here. And Her Majesty in the background. Cargolux arriving from Nairobi, Kenya. Going to the Polderbaan after all. For a long time it was undecided. Her Majesty coming in now, pretty soon. And also a massive big thank you to Robert for your super sticker. Per character doing a shaka sign with his hand saying cool. Thank you so much for that, Robert. Very much appreciated. Now, Her Majesty is coming in. The Queen is turning in the background, and in the foreground we have Transavia that is arriving from TOS Tromsø. Flight 5072, 3 hours and 2 minutes on the way. PHXE. Airplane 8 years old, first flight June 2016. Next up, Red Wine Express, coming in from Bordeaux. Now, again, it is an airplane preceding a Queen, so it's not going to get much love here today. The Red Wine Express arriving from Bordeaux on the right, and Cargolux flight 2616 arriving from Nairobi on the left. And that is the third Queen coming in. Her Majesty the Queen. Now, DJI mic receiver has been charged again. It seems that the transmitter is now running low, so let me do a quick refresh. Swap one for the other. Few seconds and you should be hearing me again with a fresh receiver, fresh transmitter and a nearly fully charged receiver. Cargolux, the previous Cargolux 747 came in with a lot of noise, way more than the 747-8 and the A380 preceding it. It's also maneuvering a little bit. Will she beat the last one? Indeed, General Sec, that is the question. The bar has been raised quite high by that preceding Cargolux 747. Will it at least equate the volume of the preceding 747? We'll see soon enough. 8 hours and 49 minutes. This airplane is now underway from Nairobi, Kenya to Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. These are the last miles it is journeying. 17-year-old airplane, first flight July 2007. The Zurich A320 behind it. Swiss A320 coming in from Zurich behind it, and another Ryanair is coming in behind it. There we go. Cargolux flight 2616 arriving from Nairobi, Kenya, operated by Cargolux Italia. Let's look and listen. Wow! You'll be the judge of it, but this is definitely not a quiet landing. Also, look at the elevators. Wow! Lovely to see and beautiful to hear. That certainly did not disappoint. I think that the Cargoluxes were the loudest two of them all, including the A380. I see that Aphrodite is also back in the chat. Good to see Aphrodite. Now, are we going to see heavies coming in pretty soon? The answer is not immediately. There is an Air Mexico underway. That is still half an hour out or so. Cargolux 747 arriving from Nairobi, Kenya. Beautiful machine. You can see the windsock. Still have a bit of wind. Not sure how much the wind speed is. It is now 20 knots, so still a little bit of wind. Not much. Now, I think I'm going to wrap up, folks. Don't see any heavy hitters coming in pretty soon. One of the first next heavies is going to be the Aeromexico Dreamliner standard livery. If it would have been the Quetzalcoatl, I would have stayed around for it. Now what's that taking off? Is that also? Yeah, I thought so. Thought I recognized the Queen taking off. So one just now landed and one is taking off. Is it coming this way? It looks like it might be coming this way. That would be a fitting ending to the stream. Is that Suparna? Hard to see with the backlight. But it does look like it is turning this way. So a nice farewell airplane in the form of another Queen passing overhead then. Suparna, right. Last airplane of the day then. After that I'm going to wrap up. Now I'm not going to be out on Thursday, Friday and Saturday the upcoming week because I will be in Belgium doing some sightseeing. If all is well, I should be back again next week Sunday. Weather permitting, obviously. For now, I want to say a massive big thank you to all of you for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time with the wind and all the airplanes, and I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. If you haven't done so already, consider giving the show a like. It really helps to promote this content to new people who don't know the channel yet, but who are also, like you, into aviation streams such as this. Massive big thank you to everybody who supported in the form of gifted memberships, super stickers, becoming a member yourself, super chats, whatnot, merch store purchases and PayPal donations, and also a massive big thank you once again to all the mods for keeping the stream friendly and accessible to all. And as Suparna is going away to China, I'm also going to go away, but a bit closer by to home. Thank you all so much for joining me here again. Hope to see you again in the next one. For now I'm going to say goodbye, be safe, and see you all soon. Bye bye.